This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, council. I'd like to call to order this city council meeting Monday, November the 10th, 2025 at 7 p.m. There is a quorum present. If you would stand with me, I'll offer an invocation, then stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Almighty Father in heaven, for your many blessings for our great country, our great state, our city that we love. We thank you for your guidance and the many blessings you've bestowed upon us. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we have a proclamation that I would like to, that I'll read. It's a proclamation recognizing the 250th anniversary of the United States Navy and Marines, presented to the Major K.M. Van Zandt chapter of the Sons of American Revolution. Proclamation by the Mayor of the City of Haslet, Texas. To all to whom these presents shall come. Whereas the National Society of the Sons of the American Revolution, organized in 1889 and chaptered by Congress in 1906, is celebrating the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America and has designated 2023 to 2033 as the decade of the American Revolution. And whereas the members of the Sons of the American Revolution honor their revolutionary ancestors by promoting patriotism, serving in their communities, and educating and inspiring future generations about the founding principles of our country. And whereas the Second Continental Congress, meeting at the Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, established the United States Navy on October 13, 1775, and the United States Marines on November 10, 1775. And whereas the Major K.M. Van Zandt chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution is celebrating our United States veterans and the milestone events leading up to our nation's semi-quincentennial centennial on July 4th, 2026. Now, therefore, I, Gary Halsey, Mayor of the City of Haslet, encourage all citizens to join with the Sons of the American Revolution and other patriotic community and veterans organizations to commemorate these important events in the history of our great country. Proclaimed this 10th day of November, 2025. Very good. I appreciate this proclamation from the National Society of the Sons of the American Revolution. You know, with that, we had a great Veterans Day event this last Saturday at the community park. And it's kind of honoring our veterans, both those who are still with us and those deceased. I recap that in that part of what I presented or wanted to point out. The establishment of the United States Navy, the Army, the United States Navy and Marine Corps, and Coast Guard, for the Army, Marines, and Navy, were prior to the signing of our Declaration of the Independence. The Army Being First was founded in June 14, 1775, followed by the Navy was established October 13, 1775, and the Marine Corps established November the 10th, 1775. Today is the Marine Corps birthday, 250 years. The Coast Guard was followed and established August 4th, 1790. I did not realize the Coast Guard had been enacted for that long until I did this research. Of course, then the Air Force established September 18th, 1947. Before that, it was under the Army. And then our last but not least, the U.S. Space Force was created December 20th, 2019. And I made mention, and very specifically is about our veterans. Fundamental purpose of our military is to defend our nation against threats to our nation's interest and our democratic values of life and liberty. And at times when our country and values are threatened, and we as a nation look around as to who will go when and defend our interests and our values. When all the diplomacy has expired, we look around and who will go? It's our veterans that stand up and say, I'm here, send me. That's our veterans. During the course of these services, they perform selfless acts daily. They discover when they get into the military that this is an endeavor bigger than they are, and the focus is on others, not themselves. There are occasions when individuals in the military encounter or are involved in events that they react in a moment's notice, and that they see a situation that's very detrimental, and they react. And without consideration to consequence or cost, they lay down their lives. Now, laying down your life doesn't necessarily mean you die in the pursuit of that. There are so many veterans that have suffered such injuries, loss of limb and disfigurement, it has altered their life permanently. These are reflective of what you have heard. No greater love has no man than he who lays down his life for another. These are our veterans. So when you see a veteran, we do thank them, but understand what they do and what they have given and what they continue to do. Very good. Well, happy birthday, Marine Corps. Do we have any veterans out there? I'm one, and I'm a Marine. So to all my fellow Marines, Semper Fi, happy birthday, as well as the Navy and the Air Force and the Coast Guard. Thank you all very much. Let's go to item 4, citizen participation and comments. Do we have anyone in the chambers who would like to address the council on any item here?
Yes, sir. Joette King.
Ms. Keene.
Hi, Joette Keene, 1410 Poppy Drive, Haslet, Texas. Just as follow-up to what Mayor Halsey was saying, I actually wanted to thank the Park Board and everyone who was involved in putting together the ceremony on Saturday. I was able to attend, and it was really very meaningful to hear the speeches and to recognize the veterans and for what they've done. I have a son-in-law who served 20 years, and I know the cost to a family for that. And then today I had a really fun opportunity. Previous council member Broyles' mother is in an assisted living home, and she put together, 90-some-year-old woman, put together a celebration to recognize the veterans that were there at the assisted living. And it's really something. I felt like I fit in kind of with my white hair, but it was really something to see these men who served, and women, who served our country, and kind of where they are today. Some from World War II, Vietnam, Korea, and I think it's really important that we just remember, and Afghanistan and Iraq and all the things in between. But I think it's really important that we remember how very privileged we are to sit here. And I'm really thankful that Haslet took the time to have a really nice celebration. So thank you. I know your wife sits on the park board, your mother is involved with the park board, and everyone probably with the staff played some role to make it very nice. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and say thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keene. Do we have any other speakers? Do we have anyone online who wishes to speak?
No, sir.
Very good. Well, let's go to number 5, items of community interest. The City of Haslet and Haslet Public Library will be closed Thursday, November 27th, Friday, November the 28th, Wednesday, and December the 24th, and Thursday, December the 25th. The library will also be closed Saturday, November the 29th. Christmas in the Park is coming very soon. Saturday, December the 6th, 2025, at the Haslet Community Park from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. There is a link on our website, Christmas in the Park. If you go to that and get more information, it's always a great time. We have lots of folks that come out and enjoy the festivities and the vendors. Please come out. Number 6, administrative reports. Council, do you have any questions on the administrative reports? We have several, or 2, that were not available at the time of posting.
Yes, Mayor, on the engineering report, got a couple of questions on that. So on the page 3, roads and drainage section, there we go. So on the Blue Mountain Road reconstruction and intersection improvements, see, looks like we've got meetings scheduled with TxDOT and Tarrant County and developers. Do we know when that meeting will occur, or has it occurred?
That meeting has not been scheduled, but we're in contact and coordinating with them.
Okay, and then right below that, down on the Haslet Park drainage, so it says meeting with the property owners. Have we met with the property owners yet?
There have been meetings with the property owners, and the right-of-way for access, or easement rather, for construction easement has been acquired, I believe, from all except for one.
Okay. So there's multiple easements that need to be acquired?
Yes. And that's just easement for construction, not a permanent easement.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Halsey, that was actually one of my questions. So ROE is right of easement?
Yes.
When it refers to that? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I had this question I was going to bring up later in the meeting, but I see it on here, and I didn't see this whenever I was looking through here about the 2025 pavement striping markings. We were told back on June 3rd that we would be doing this in 3 phases. Harmon and Blue Mountain was phase 1, and then there was phase 2 and phase 3.
Yes.
Can you give us an update on phase 2 and phase 3, since that was 5 months ago that we did phase 1?
Mr. Tucker?
Yes, sir. So the other 2 phases there are contingent on some road repairs, so we don't want to stripe them before we get the pavement redone. So once the pavement repairs are finished, those other 2 stripings will occur.
Okay. Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
do we have any update on the Blue Mound Road reconstruction and intersection improvements? I was talking to a citizen this week, and her husband literally dented his wheel on one section of the Blue Mound right there outside of the vines, I believe it is, where it kind of drops off on Blue Mound, because the road's getting so bad. So I was wondering if there's any update on the Blue Mound situation.
Mr. Tucker, you want to address it? This is something, okay, Blue Mound Road reconstruction and intersection improvements has very specifically do with the intersection of Blue Mound Road east and west at 156.
Okay.
That's what that item is.
Well, this is just west of the stop sign that's east of 156.
Okay,
where
that's
it's
not
kinda
been reported.
on the eastbound,
that I'm
the
aware
westbound
of.
side.
All right, we will look into a pavement issue. There is a section that we notice has been slowly showing separation, but we can do some intermediate repairs if it's causing traffic issues. I'll have somebody check into that.
Yeah, she had to get a whole new wheel, because, I mean, not the tire, the rim itself was damaged because it hit that drop off right there.
Okay,
So I had to get a whole new wheel.
You did say westbound.
Westbound, just west of the stop sign there.
Okay, we will look into that and make repairs as necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Halsey, I did have one other question. I don't know, Mr. Tucker, you want to go too far? On the engineer's report, there was a comment about 156 speed school zone study, but it mentioned Schreiber, and then it mentioned, I'm assuming RHTL and LHTL are right-hand turn lane and left-hand turn lane, so with the school zone, it's a bus dropping off, not an actual school. It's the last blue FM 156 speed/school zone study.
Yes, that is something we have been speaking with TxDOT on to our original request to TxDOT probably more than a year ago was to get a school zone in front of the Heritage Christian Academy.
Okay, so that's what,
And this is a meeting
I'm
that we
familiar.
had with TxDOT approximately less than 2 weeks ago.
okay, I'm familiar with the Heritage Street, so it's on the opposite
Yes.
side. It's not Schreiber
So
side.
it is to implement left-hand and right-hand turn lanes, it would be across from Schreiber.
Mr. Tucker? On here, it talks about the baseball field, fire station baseball field as restroom facility under Phase 1 design. Is that something we can hold off until we get a master plan done for the baseball fields area? Because we put in a restroom and then, we did a master plan, it needs to be moved over there. I don't think we need to waste the money on.
I believe all the work that's been done so far had to do with the sewer connection for it. There's a manhole there in preparation for it. We've also looked at some designs for modular, but I don't think there's been any significant site work or anything done to that.
We'll bring that to the council, a separate item.
Okay.
Council, do you have any other questions? If not, then we'll go to updates on active items, projects, and event recaps. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Can you bring those slides up for me, if you will? Okay, and just that next slide here. So the first item was, we had talked about the Haslet Park in Brentwood, RCC, just repair plans. So far, we have, like, so Public Works has walked every inch of that and given engineering a detailed look of what really is damaged there and how much pavement's in good condition. Roughly 50 to 60% of that pavement has significant deficiencies. I mean, I think everybody that's driven through there has seen that. And then, like I said, there's not like it's not isolated to any one given place. It is spread out through the entire length of that job. So there's good patches in between, but the majority of it is end to end, shows some sort of deficiency. We've turned all this data over to Belchev and Associates for engineering to look over that data and come up with a plan. Next slide, please. So as you can see, these are the areas that we identified that were in significant deterioration. And as we said before, this pavement has been unpredictable. We don't have lots of experience dealing with roller compacted concrete, and it's proven to be unpredictable and shifting and moving. Next slide. This is the section in Brentwood as well, and engineering has already been going over square footages, specifically in this bottom right-hand corner, and it's kind of hard to see on this map, but there's some smaller shaded yellow areas. These are already identified areas in a upcoming repair award we're hoping to have done. They have expanded specifically in this corner, and it's a drivability issue. So we're requesting engineering to add that potentially into this upcoming project. And next slide, if you will. I'll go back one here. So the rest of this will be addressed in, I guess, that other item that's coming up.
So let me ask, isn't that, with the previous slide you showed from Haslet Park, that was very specifically Odessa Drive?
One slide back, sorry. So in the little shaded area there, that is the...
Prior to this one, the slide prior.
Back up one more. There you go.
This is specifically Odessa?
This is the section that's identified on the next slide, and this is on Odessa, correct?
All right, and this is the worst of the three.
It is.
Okay, that was my question. You can go back to 2 slides.
Okay. So that's a very short update to what's been done so far. I mean, obviously we see the deficiencies there, and they're working on how to fit that into a repair plan.
Yeah, just one question before we move on here in the Brentwood area. I know this is, this isn't a complete makeover and it's patching the worst of the worst, but during any of this patching process, is any of the drainage situation addressed? 'Cause I know that's been one thing that's been talked about with the Brentwood Road project, is they've got drainage issues, with the current road. So is any of the drainage issues being considered during these repairs?
They're looking into drainage being addressed here, but this specifically is to patch that area that is just not passable. It's significantly deteriorated. There's a 4-inch gap.
Let me answer that question. That answer is no. That to do the drainage, that would come when all of Brentwood is replaced. That's significant work to address the drainage. The drainage itself is significant work.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know if it tied in with any of these particular spots, it maybe something could be at least started or something while we're in here patching these pieces. So.
No, but you are correct, that has to be addressed. There's much work out there to do with drainage. I wanted to make this comment about this roller compacted concrete. Never do that again. But is that what you saw with the failure on Odessa, which is also inclusive of the front 3 blocks of Haslet Parkway, or Haslet Park, as well as Brentwood, was all roller compacted concrete. And the failure of that, and they first marked this plan up probably 5 months ago, and went back and drove it, and the failures are more than 4-fold. So it is completely unpredictable.
Yeah, and it'll grow as we go through the wintertime.
Yes.
Next spring, it's going to be a lot different too.
When was this Brentwood poured with this rollered concrete? How many years ago?
Prior to your first term, I think 4 or 5 years, is that?
No, it's probably 7, 8 years old now.
Okay.
Longer than I remember it being, but yes.
Is that, you'll go ahead and proceed with your,
Next slide. This is a quick update for fire station expansion. Just, most of this is pretty visible from the street, but they have demoed the existing driveway. They're working on storm drain. Most of that's laid. They are adjusting some of the structures. They've done the fire tap for the fire system and domestic water taps, and they're currently doing roof and insulation right now. So we're making good progress there, and their current estimated final completion is mid-February. They did have quite a few days for rain events that have been added to that contract. Next slide. That's just a little more close-up of where they've gotten. Next slide.
Yeah.
Keller Haslet.
Yeah, back up just a minute on the expansion project. It is not so much tied in directly to this, but where are we at with replacing the air conditioner units that, we had budgeted for last year and we've rebudgeted again this year? Are we out for quotes on that? Are we making any progress?
the engineering firm is yet to be identified that can come in and do the analysis needed on the entire fire department, so the same situation is not duplicated. The systems that are in there were not properly sized. They were oversized, and what the result was is there's always a high humidity level exceeding 60% relative humidity. And an engineering firm who is capable of addressing that has not yet been identified, but that's being actively pursued.
Okay, do we have a timetable on when we might find one?
As soon as possible,
Okay, I'll wait for further updates on that.
yes.
Mayor Halsey, one question to get, if you don't mind. So just to clarify, you're saying that the city is having trouble finding a company that's able to balance that building and decide how many tons of AC we need on that building? Is that really what you're saying?
It's not a balance. It is
It's a calculation of what the airflow of
heating,
the building is.
ventilation, air conditioning calculation.
Yeah.
And we've had one company to come out and their proposal reflected that they did not understand the problem.
So we're in the DFW Metroplex. I find that fairly hard to believe that you can't find a company that can come out and diagnose a building and
we
can
can.
engineer the stuff. And I think we're going on almost 2 years now, as Councilman Horak pointed out this. And so in 2 years, we can't get nobody to do this?
Oh, yes, we can.
Well, you can if you actually try. You're right. But y'all aren't trying. So if you could put some effort into that, sir, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Mr. Tucker, what is going to be on the north side of the building, that whole area? I think it looks like they're about to start paving to the north side.
There's a parking area on the north side, and there's also a retaining wall. So so basically the edge of the parking lot will be that over excavated area. That's the retaining wall. So that would be access to the side of the building and parking.
If you'll back up one slide. This is where the new driveway will come from off of 156, and on the north side of that building will be parking area as well as to the rear of the facility.
Next slide. So Keller Haslet Road and the FM 156 signalization, their Encore is out putting out power poles to get power to that location. They've done 10 out of the 20 poles. Then, of course, they have to string wire, but all of the components are ready to go with the exception of power delivery there. Next slide. And then a quick update on the ongoing community park. This is, they poured the last bit of concrete for that area. This is the pavilion base. The pavilion was a long lead item, and it should be delivered, I think, within 30 days, and it takes 2 days roughly for assembly, but that will be the future pavilion added to that, and that's the last component there. Next slide. This is the west drainage crossing, so this mirrors pretty much on the east side, but this is in place and poured. The only remaining item here is all the rock riprap on the edges there that will help hold all that soil in place, and of course, general site restoration, but those projects are coming to an end. And then this is there's been quite a few requests to replace the existing poles for volleyball, so we've replaced those and added boundary lines, and we've set all the height and boundaries for regulation sand and volleyball. So those were much needed. I think that might be it. The next slide, just in case. Is that it?
Mayor Halsey, I have one question on the signalization. So they don't have an estimated time when that's going to be turned on?
No, Encore has not. We check with them twice a week and asking for an update when they will have power to the intersection, and they are not able to give.
Not even a time frame? Or...
That's right.
Okay, so it says, so the wireless installation anticipated November 14th, and so it'll come after that? Or what
So-
exactly is the electrical power wiring installation?
Electrical power is routing the power.
So that's when they'll be active, or is that just when they'll become?
That is, they keep pushing the date out without any definitive date for completion.
Okay, so the 14th is the latest I see. That's.
The
you
14th
wouldn't-
is not going to happen.
So so it won't happen before the 14th?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, James,
I
just-
expect that Encore's like all other utility companies. There is so much construction throughout the Metroplex and North Texas as a whole. They are all stretched thin. And we do check with them regularly, keeping with the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
I just want to make sure I communicate that to the people I know that commute north, so.
We do keep TxDOT informed, as well as the city of Fort Worth, so they can spread that to their citizenry as well.
hey, the sand volleyball court stuff looks really good. Thank y'all for getting that fixed up and going. What's the status on the water bottle fill station?
So the concrete work was poured for that. There was the fountain is in, and we actually had it installed, but they need to make a modification to the base. But the drain and the water lines are all there. They were going to have to re-pour a small section, and then it'll be installed. We're hoping a week, maybe 2 tops.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions on the updates?
Just if council could get also a copy of that presentation to have information.
Mr. Tucker, will you send that out forward it to the city secretary, and she'll send that out to the council?
Thank you.
Very good. Let's go to item 8, consent agenda.
Mayor,
Yeah.
there's 2 items that were not, 7C and 7E were not in Mr. Tucker's presentation.
Say that again?
7C and 7E
Oh,
updates were
excuse me.
not included in his presentation.
Thank you. The TxDOT Value Engineering Workshop, and that has to be with regard to Spur 170. That was held approximately 2 weeks ago. Both the city and the city engineer attended. That was myself, David Rogers, and Mike Anderson. It was a 4-day event. We attended the first day and the last day. The 2 remaining days were very specific to the engineering and design team of TxDOT. They came back with, I think, 6 variations of design that would have cost savings. They sent out minutes and that were reflective of all the input from participants of that meeting, and they are putting that together and then will issue that report. Release of that report will be at the permission of TxDOT. So we have not got the final report to date. They are still working on that. Update on compensation study. Marcy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The staff, we've gotten 2 proposals for compensation study, and we're reviewing those and expect to make a presentation and recommendation to you at the December 15th meeting.
And that will be compensation study as well as benefits. Benefits study will be in there as well.
So, Mayor Halsey, as I appreciate the update, but I requested this item to be put on the agenda as a discussion consideration act. I thought we already had a salary survey that was submitted from staff, from our professional staff. We're not using that one, and are we using, and what's the cost to go out and get additional proposals?
That salary survey presented by the staff is not a professional survey.
Our staff are professionals, but you're saying that what they presented to you in June, it was not of,
It was that, no. And what is these are professional firms that this is what they do, and they have a much larger and broader input to like positions throughout North Texas. And that's what they will supply to you.
okay, was there a reason that this wasn't put on the agenda as I requested?
Well, the staff didn't maybe quite understand what the item was requesting. I do recall that conversation, and that it was decided to put this on here as an update.
An email would have been fine if you or anybody in staff needed clarification. I didn't receive an email response at all saying that they wanted more information or they were concerned. I printed and brought out the salary surveys that I did an open records request for, that has the library, the fire department, public works, and they seem pretty well put together with lots of good information and lots of comparisons for other cities. So we're not going to use the one that the staff put together that was available at the budget. We're going to pay to have someone else put one together.
Correct. It is the staff preference and my preference that we have a professional firm do that.
Okay, then I'm also going to go back to one more time about ordinance 1.03001 says if a council member asks for an agenda item to be placed on the agenda, it needs to be placed on there. So I understand if there was confusion, but I never received an email stating they needed clarification from you or anybody. It was sent to you.
I need to ask a question. Was there not a question put out with regard to that?
There was a clarification on benefits. There was an email about benefits, and that Ms. Lamb was going to be presenting that tonight. So I understood that that wasn't going to be probably put on the agenda. But my email that I sent on 10/25 asked for a salary survey, discuss, consider, and act. Mayor Halsey.
Well, I think.
With no response from you or anybody that there was a concern.
Or the staff or anybody. Well, there was confusion there. We apologize.
So can I continue with an update of what was given to us as staff, as the city that was on the open records request? Because I have copies for everybody, and I have, I'll just pass them out, I guess. And I guess just with the cost of an additional proposal that's necessary, this was very, like I said, well put together and well documented. I have it if you want to put it on the computer as well. I'm not sure if that's
I agree, Councilwoman Morrow. Do we really need to waste taxpayer money on information that we have right here in our hands that, I mean, Mayor Halsey made a point that, this firm knows how to reach out and do some diagnostics and some analytics, but if you really look at the nuts and bolts of what we're talking about here, I mean, how hard is it to call other municipalities and see what they're paying their people? I mean, really, we need to know what they're actually paying them. It's not that hard to reach out and call somebody, so I'm pretty sure that's what our staff did to gain these numbers, because they have the cities listed and the valuations in which those positions are being paid. So why should we waste taxpayer money, which will probably be like $40,000 or $50,000, to tell us how we're underpaying our people? I don't think that's a very fiscally responsible use of taxpayer money.
I just go back to they did such a good job or tasked with putting this together that we should at least look at it and see if it seems to appropriately give us the information that we need moving forward. And if we want to, I mean, yeah.
The staff and I have discussed this, and given and we acknowledge, yes, all the departments did a good job putting things together, but as far as a recommendation, the two firms being considered are more apt to give you those numbers, and the cost of which is much less than what you're expecting.
I mean, do we know what the proposed cost from those two firms is? Because I remember at the July workshop, we did not talk about budgeting to have this done with outside firms.
The not done by an outside firm. Well, during budgeting, generally do you not discuss, to get into how the firms that would do any type of work?
Well, do we know what they're based, do we have a ballpark number on what the cost of hiring these firms would be?
What was the ballpark? I mean, do we have right now?
I think one is in the 17,000 range and the other one's 25,000.
I'm sorry, Marcy, what was the first one? I'm sorry.
17.5, I believe.
Okay.
So we intend, and we will, this will be a agenda item for December the 15th and presented to the council with their qualifications to perform these types of analysis.
So the agenda item will be to select one of the two professional firms that you're wanting to hire?
Yes.
Okay.
And just to clarify, not to use any of the data that was put together by our staff. Or the city of Haslet
You'll
staff.
certainly have their studies to compare what was done here.
Mayor Halsey, could we request that the staff generate a compare and contrast of their data versus this said firm's data? If we actually, as a council, decide to approve spending that money and waste the citizens' money on information we already have. But if we do decide to approve that, could we please get a compare and contrast to see, how accurate our professionals are? Because I have faith in the professional people that work here at the city, sir.
Absolutely.
Okay, so just to clarify, I was just disappointed that this wasn't brought up as an agenda item. And is there something I need to do moving forward? If I send it and I get no response, I'm just assuming that everything's fine, so.
There was evidently confusion on that request.
I mean, it's happened quite a bit to me. I don't know if I'm the only one that gets confusing things happening, but my agenda items not being put on the packet, which is a clear violation of local government code 22042A, happens to me a lot, so.
No, ma'am, it happens to me too, curiously. 3 times, actually.
I just want to make sure I'm following the proper procedures to get it done. I'm sending it to you, the attorney, the acting city secretary, the current executive assistant, and the other person that's helping with. So I'm trying to send it to everybody I can.
We're not aware, this one item, but we're not aware of any item that you have asked to have put on that hasn't been put on. But this is not under this update.
There's been about 4 or 5. I'll get,
Okay.
so
If
I
you
can
wanna
let you know when those
If you
are.
want to send me those, we can follow up on those,
Okay.
as well as you, Mr. Watkins.
They were eventually put on. We had to call a special meeting for them to be put on, but
Yes, sir, I did follow up, and I replied back to the email, which you obviously
very
ignored.
good.
Thank you. We appreciate your communication, sir.
So is there anything that moving forward I can do to get a response from you?
This is the only item that evidently has failed to get a response.
Okay, oh, I also sent an email asking about the Parks Board survey on 10/21, no response. I did a follow-up on 10/25, no response. I sent an email requesting the information from the last meeting at 10/26, no response. So I feel like like I said, if I'm doing something incorrectly, just let me know so I can fix that.
I know that the staff is working on a work plan. They should be finished with it here this week, probably by midweek.
With a what plan? I'm sorry.
A work plan for this survey.
A work plan for the survey?
Yes.
So that's just.
How that'll be executed. And so it could be sent out very specifically to the city council.
The survey's going to be sent to us again?
Not the survey, but the work plan to implement that survey.
The
And
survey,
dates when-
okay, the Parks Board survey we approved at the last meeting.
Yes.
So we have to approve it again for it to go out?
No. A work plan to implement and execute the survey.
Okay, so this, that's fine, just a simple email back to me
And
saying
that's what they'll do this
saying
week.
that a work plan is being put in place, it's going to have to go to us again for us to approve it
No,
again?
no, it's not a work
It just,
plan.
I thought it was
It's-
just a button and we put
It's
the QR
nothing for
code.
approval.
Okay, nothing for approval, just information.
Right.
So is it going to go live to the citizens soon?
Yes,
Do we have a date
that's in that work plan.
that we will get
Yes,
at some point
this week.
this week?
It'd been really good to have that when baseball season, softball season was going on, when people were at the fields. That'd been really
Say
good.
that again?
This park survey would have been really nice to have on a QR code when baseball season was going on at the fire station fields, when there's thousands of people out there, and at Nance, and when this was very busy, and now it's off-season, so now this is kind of a bad timing, because there's not a lot of people around there that could have seen this QR code, but, it is what it is.
You suggesting this is a bad time to do the survey?
No, I think it's a great time to do a survey. I'm just saying a lot better time would have been about a month ago whenever we proposed this, and we could have had signs out there, but it's keep getting stalled. It's not that hard to make a QR code to send it out there. I think this was over a month ago when this got approved. Got approved.
Yeah.
And now, it's kind of frustrating. Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, I understand. Staff has to coordinate how they're going to execute some of these things, and that's one of them. So that update, and it'll be emailed out to the council this week.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just to piggyback on what Zach said, could we have that emailed out to all the baseball and softball families?
No, we don't have the email to all the baseball and softball families. We will issue it out, as I understand. It will go on our website, it'll go out on social media, and it'll also go in our water billing at the end of the month with the QR codes.
Does HSA have all those emails? Probably. We could probably work through them and get the
Okay,
emails
well,
out.
this is not the portion of the agenda to discuss all of this, so I'm going to bring us focus back. We're in updates.
So I'm just going to
So-
clarify one more time. Am I doing the proper channels and just not getting responses, or do I need to do anything
You're doing the
different?
proper
Okay.
channels.
And just making sure.
Let's go to item 8, consent agenda. Council, we have 4 items on here. Is there anything you would like to pull?
Yes, Mayor Halsey, I'd like to pull the city council meeting schedule, 8B, for discussion.
All right, we'll pull 8B. Any other item? All right. May I have a motion on 8A, C, and D?
Yes, Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda items for 8A, 8C, and 8D.
Motion is made to approve consent agenda items 8A, 8C, and 8D. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. All in favor? Unanimous? Okay, 8B.
My two questions were the July meeting and the September meeting. It stated that July 1st, where the city is closed, but is that why we're not meeting on the 6th and the 20th? It's saying the 13th instead of the two normal ones in July. But the agenda would be going out June 30th, so that wouldn't affect staff, or unless there's another reason. The same thing for September. September 1st is a Tuesday. No, we're closed the Monday. Are we closed Tuesday as well? Anyone?
No.
We're not closed Tuesday. I think the timing is getting the staff reports and everything in for the agenda with that being a
Holiday previous.
heavy vacation times, is why those were moved. And because of the new, moving the
That was my other question, so
timeframe for
moving to
for the
Tuesday
agendas from a Friday to a Tuesday.
puts that added pressure on the
Yes.
timeframe, okay.
Can we have the meeting on a Wednesday or something so we can have two that month?
That's a possibility.
Let staff look at that, because the work that the staff goes through to put these agendas together, as well as our consultants, it is not a particularly easy task. It is time-consuming. So these dates were discussed with staff and consultants to make sure these can be met or confirmed. And or do you have a proposal to meet some other time in this July and September?
I did, but I'll wait and see if that was changed due to staff and the holiday date off.
All right, we'll bring this back to you then, December 15th meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, and I may have heard what Councilman Morrow mentioned, but would this include looking at November also?
No.
Okay,
I only mentioned July and September, but
I don't know, why would we have one on Monday, November 2nd? Which would be a normally scheduled day.
I agree with Doug.
If we could have staff look at that, that'd be good.
All right, is council in agreement? We'll table this item until the December 15th meeting? Very good.
I make a motion to table the city council meeting schedule until the December 15th meeting.
Motion is made to table the city council meeting schedule
I'll second that.
till December 15th. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I'll second that.
There's a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Let's go to public hearings, ordinances, and resolutions and action items. 9A, discuss, consider, and act to award a contract for Fund 20 road improvements. Mr. Belcheff? We can't hear you.
This project was bid late September. 8 bidders responded with very favorable bids, especially the low bidder. But based on the information that James has presented, we'd like to take the opportunity to go back with this bidder and rework a potential extension to his bid amount. We can do that up to 25% of his bid, which the bid was essentially right at $500,000. So without rebidding, we can add up to 25% to that contract. So we'd like to be more specific about what that would cover in working with this contractor, especially for the Brentwood neighborhood, and potentially that portion of at least some emergency repairs to Odessa. But if you'll give us a chance to work through that, we propose that you table this till the December 15th meeting and bring it back then.
And that would be brought back for award at that time?
Award at that time, and most probably a award of closer to $620,000 award, which is the maximum that we could award this particular low bidder without having to rebid it. So the gist of all that is we'd like to take advantage of a low bid with a contractor we feel confident with, that's done work for the city before, and go from there.
So you're suggesting, okay, to table this item till December 15th. And during that time, engineering and with Public Works will have a more definitive plan.
Correct.
So, Mr. Belcheff, so we're now going to be patching these roads. We're not going to tear out the whole road and start over. We're just going to be patching it for right now.
None of the locations for repair require call for tearing out the entire road. All of this is patching, trying to buy time into the future when more money could be appropriated to do more thorough rebuilds, such as Brentwood, which has more drainage problems. It's a much larger project, especially Haslet Park as well. So this is a repair project for Brentwood essentially, as well as intermodal, Westport, and other locations. Now, there has been some additional damage noted on Odessa that looks a little bit more of an emergency nature. Given some time to go back with this contractor and be more specific about adding to what he was required to bid on, we feel like it's in the city's best interest to bring back a more defined, expanded project that you can potentially award at the December 15th meeting to the same contractor without having to go through the whole bid process.
There's a spot on Berry Drive that drops down about 4 inches. Is that going to be addressed in this? Y'all talked about Odessa, but I didn't know about Berry that.
We'll have to take a look at that, and
Okay.
I haven't talked to James about that specifically. But we can look at that and see if that could be included.
Okay.
The goal is to include as much as possible without exceeding the amount that we can award this contractor.
Yes, sir.
If the council's in agreement with that, we would need a motion to table till December 15th.
Mayor Halsey, would like to make a motion to table this to the December 15th meeting.
Motion is made to table the contract award for Fund 20 road improvements till December 15th. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Nine B, discuss, consider, and act on the proposed annual renewal of employee benefits resulting in an estimated increase of $123,642. Ms. Lamb and Ms. Babcock did this work, put this together. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the time of year where we look through our benefit package for health insurance, dental, vision, long-term disability, short-term disability, and some telehealth products and things like that. We work with our insurance broker, Hub International, and they go out and market our plans and look for improvements that could be made or different plans, try to analyze what's good for our employees and good for the city at the same time. And they have presented their recommendations for renewal. They've also presented some options. And then Mr. Heath Hager with Hub is here this evening. If you have questions for him, he's here to answer any questions that you have. And we've put together a pretty extensive packet of information for you, some of it to just kind of show you exactly what kind of plans we have and what they entail for your education and knowledge on that. Information on some different scenarios. It would be real life scenarios, how it would impact the employees, and just some other information. So we're going to give you a short presentation here. Crystal's going to hit some of the highlights of what we think is important and things that are different or would be changing, and go through a lot of the other items and anything you want to look over. And his presentation, he can go through those as well.
Mayor Halsey, one question before we start, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Ms. Lamb, does this packet that you're showing us right now include the raise that the council directed you all to give the staff in regards to the family of the employees being covered by the insurance?
There is information in here regarding how the city currently subsidizes those plans for the employee. There's not any recommendation per se to adjust that in any way. We did not have specific council action on adding anything. There were a lot of ideas brought about. I think stipends were mentioned and some other things, but there was not a motion for that. So this is a little more time sensitive. What the mayor had what we talked about earlier on the compensation plan and benefits plan is something we could look at more likely for next year's budget rather than this year's budget. But the mayor's made a recommendation to put the renewal plans in place, and certainly it's open for your discussion this evening. And if there are questions that you have as far as changing plan design or any type of additional subsidy to the employee, Mr. Hagood could answer those questions.
One more quick question, if you don't mind. In regards to all that, because when the council passed the budget, we were very clear in our directive, and regardless of whether the mayor feels he can override the council with his own choosing or not, we actually directed the staff to give us, and if I remember correctly, Ms. Lamb, from you directly, we didn't act on these benefits because you were supposed to get us the information once the enrollment period started, so the council had an accurate information on what the cost is for these families. So tonight with this budget, we were expecting to see what the open enrollment for that was. So if the mayor directed you otherwise, that is a gross overstep of his ability when the council has already directed and passed something to be done, sir. So that's kind of disheartening, sir. Ms. Lamb, so again, you have to understand my frustration because the council didn't direct the city to postpone covering the raises that this council approved unanimously. So you can understand my frustration with this scenario, considering that, again, we don't have what we were told we would have. We don't have the information we would have, probably because you're overwhelmed. So it's a good thing we're putting the city administrator in to give you the relief you need, sir, because obviously we can't get things going the way we need them to get going. And it's not a lack of impatience on the city council. It is our intolerance of lack of action, sir. We're over watching everything get kicked down the road. And I'm sorry, but this is very disappointing And I'm not taking this venom out on either one of you. I appreciate your time in doing this, but you have to understand, when we speak, it's not an option. The council is the oversight and control of the city. Whether the mayor directs it or not, he doesn't have that right. And this is a big problem.
Well, first of all, the mayor did not direct withholding any information from this. Once again, this is a renewal of the plans that we have. This is what our brokers do each year. There is information, if you've looked at the report, the city currently subsidizes for the employees part of their premium. If you've looked at the report, some of it up to 60% in some cases. The problem is, it's very expensive, and Mr. Haygood can explain to you why our premiums are so expensive. It's not that the city is not already even currently subsidizing that for the employees. It's that the premiums are just too high for our employees to afford them. And he can go over with you some things that we can do to minimize or reduce those premiums. However, it would involve plan changes that would be not as beneficial to the employee. It would be lesser benefits in the plan than what they have now. So what Crystal and I have put together for you, and with Mr. Haygood's input, is to let you see what we're paying, let you see how much for dependent coverage, spouse coverage, children, full family, that the city already would subsidize if the employees enrolled for that.
Let me suggest this. Go ahead and start with do your overview. And first off, the reason why we're here and this is on is because our insurance expires when? January 1st. That's why we're here. Annually, we have to renew our insurance annually. And so that is the crux of the reason why we're here and have this agenda item. And the Hub goes through every year and does this analysis. And please go ahead with your presentation.
So first, all this information can be found in your packets. I just pulled together the highlights so it can be quickly.
Hold that little thing up because we can't.
I'm getting over a cold, so this is as loud as I can talk. I'm sorry. So quickly, the health insurance did come in at a 25% increase. This is across the market. We're seeing 20 to 25% increases everywhere. Dental insurance did have a 12% increase. This had a large part to do with our loss ratio. Vision insurance, we had no increase. The city is in a rate guarantee through 2029. Basic and voluntary life, we have a rate pass for the 2-year rate guarantee. That means there's no increase. Short-term disability, there's a 6% increase. That really boils down to about $200 annually. And then long-term disabilities are a 7% increase with a 2-year rate guarantee, and that's about a $300 increase. Our new benefits, which are a health advocate and our telehealth, it's again a rate pass with a 1-year rate guarantee, so no increase. And then Flores, who administers our COBRA and HSA administration, is again a rate pass, so no increase with a 1-year rate guarantee. Go to the next one. So this is also a quick look at what our current monthly health insurance premiums are. So this breaks down what the monthly premium is for employee only, employee spouse, employee child, and the family plan. So we have our HSA plan and our PPO plan, and it has the employer contributions by monetary value, percentages, and then the employee contribution percentages, and then what that breaks down into per pay period. So there's only 24 pay periods that we take out benefits. The other 2 are that third paid checks when we have 3 in a month. We don't take benefits out in those. You can go to the next one. And then this is the proposed. So you'll see in your packets that the mayor and staff are recommending that the city absorb the 25% increase. So this would not have an effect on employees' pay at all. So they would still pay what they're paying. The city would absorb that increase. Go ahead. Same with dental, same breakdown showing how much the city is already paying and then what the employee pays per paycheck. Go ahead. and then the proposed as well, showing that the city would absorb the increase and how much that breaks down. And in the vision, there was no proposed increase. We're in a rate guarantee through 2029. So the current and proposed stay the same. So this was something that HUB does for their participants every year. This is just a benchmarking that they do. There are 80 government municipalities. There's 75 actual municipalities, so 5 others are probably counties, school districts. And this is kind of how we match up. I pulled out kind of the high-hitting things that you would normally see. So our HSA contribution, our deductibles for individual and family, the out-of-pocket maximum, the co-insurance, office visits, urgent care, ER, the things you're actually going to use. The items in green are where our plan is better than the public sector average. So we're paying more for the HSA contributions to our employees. Our PPO deductibles are lower than the average for public sector. Our out-of-pocket maximums for PPO are lower than the average for the public sector. Our co-insurance, which is a big deal, it's 0%. So once you hit your deductible, you don't pay anything beyond that. And then just keeps going down. So urgent care, it's less expensive on the PPO plan as well. You can go ahead. So this kind of gives you a better idea of how our plan works. So we had Heath come up with 2 scenarios for us. So this is a real life scenario. So if somebody has a heart surgery, this is how the plan works. So this would be somebody on an HSA. So this would be the allowed medical cost, the employee's out-of-pocket maximum, then taking in consideration the city's contribution to the HSA. So this shows you what the family cost would be, so the employee's cost, and then what the insurance would pay. Go ahead. And then this would be a cancer diagnosis for somebody who's on the employee-only PPO plan. So again, the medical cost, the employee out-of-pocket maximum, so that $1,350, and then what the insurance pays. And then that should be it, but you can go ahead. So just kind of quick highlights. All that information is in your packets, but we want to just kind of pull that all together so you could see what we currently have and what we're proposing, and kind of give you some real life examples so you can see how the plan actually works. And then we're here, Heath is here, if y'all have any questions.
I had one question. So if I am an employee that chooses to do myself plus a child, it's $363.43 twice a month? It's not
Yes.
every month, it's 24.
It's per paycheck, so it's 24
And you get paid
paychecks.
twice.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Could you go back about 3 or 4 slides? Another one. Let's go 2 more maybe.
Are you trying to get to health?
Yeah, go to the,
There you go.
okay, there. This is what I wanted you all to look at the crux of the questions that you all have about supplementing the family or spouse benefits. If you look at this chart, the monthly premium column, that is what the city will pay on the insurance bill for each of these scenarios. For employee only, the city pays the whole amount, $1,137 per paycheck. Employee and spouse, if you look at that, the bill is $2,274.44. If the employee chooses to sign up for that, they're only paying the $363 per pay period, which is $726 a month. The city would actually be subsidizing that premium by 68%. The employee would be paying 32%. Same on the employee and child, the employee and family. The city would be subsidizing that at 62%, and on the employee contribution, it would be 46%. This is very similar to what we have now, because this proposed monthly premium is showing the city absorbing that 25%. So before the council looks at extending that any further, we wanted to make sure that you understood that there already is a break for the employees if they sign up their family. Is it expensive? It is very expensive, and that's the problem. In order to get those premiums down, and Heath can explain this to you a little bit more, we would have to make some pretty drastic coverages for our employees that are not paying anything. The employee would have to pay something for their own. Where Crystal was mentioning the 100% versus the 20% coinsurance, that makes a big difference for the employees to pay the difference between deductible and out-of-pocket. The deductibles would have to be raised pretty significantly. So it's a matter of, is the premium being paid on the front end by the city? Is the premium or the coverage being absorbed by the employee, and the employee's paying on the other end? So just wanted you to understand the problem is not that the city's not offering something to the employee. The problem is that it's very expensive because our plan is pretty robust. If you remember those slides, if you have, you know, a cancer situation at $190,000, you'd only be out of pocket $1,360. The HSA, when you look at that, if you there is an employer contribution to that, and as you saw in the benchmarking study, the city's paying over $3,000 a year to put into those accounts for the employee, and the average is about $1,500, I think, if I remember correctly. And that's what the city has used in the past to try to allow the employees, because that HSA account can be used for anyone in your family, whether you've covered them on your insurance or not. It can be used for prescriptions, it can be used to meet your deductible, it can be used to pay a premium on another insurance if you go out and get your own insurance, and it's cumulative. They build that account, they don't use it, it builds and builds. And that's what the city has historically offered to kind of offset that burden for not being able, for the employees not being able to afford that spouse or family coverage. So, like some of you are new, we just wanted to make sure that you all understood where we are with our current situation. As the mayor mentioned, this is being presented because it is time sensitive and it is a renewal for this year. If you want to look at different plan designs, if you want to look at something like that, my suggestion, my recommendation would be you do that during budget time when Heath could come and spend time with you, go over some other scenarios. The mayor has recommended at this time. The HUB also presented an option that would have been a lesser plan for the employees, less cost to the city. The mayor has recommended that we absorb this 25% and renew these plans as was presented in the presentation earlier.
Maybe it's a good time for Heath to come up. And so as I understand, Haslet has, and this is the top tier plan from Blue Cross Blue Shield, the premium gold package.
Mayor, Council, thank you for your time this evening. Yes, that is correct. The current two plans you have in place today are platinum plans and gold plans. So that's the top two tiers. It goes from platinum, gold, silver, and bronze. So you all offering two plans that are 100% co-insurance. So as Marcy alluded to, once employees meet their deductibles, the catastrophic cutoff limit is there. So once they meet that, you know, $1,350 amount on the PPO plan or the $4,000 on the HSA plan, that is all they're paying for that year, the catastrophic cutoff limit. A little bit of historical background as well. Over the past 5 years, the city has seen an average increase of about 3%. So I went back and looked historically. First couple years, we saw about a 7% increase. We've seen an 8% increase. We've actually seen a couple decreases over the past 2 years. Last year, I believe, was about a 1.5% increase. So annual trend on a health plan is about 7.5% to 8.5% on an annual basis. So over the past 5 years, the city has really been under at that 3% level. So ultimately what we've seen, especially in the small business market, is large catch-up increases this year. So you're not the only one in this boat that we've seen large increases. Again, in your space, in this under 50 lives, we don't really have the ability to go in and plug and play with the plan designs. These plan designs are set by the carriers. They're filed with the state, so I can't go in there and make a slight adjustment to a deductible here or make an adjustment to an out-of-pocket here. So we're really kind of limited on what we can do regarding the plan designs. That's why when we did the analysis this year, I did show a pretty comparable plan design than what you have in place today, but we would take that co-insurance from 100% to a 20%, increasing those out-of-pocket maximums on both plans. Ultimately, that would be a decrease in, plan design and the generosity of the plan, as it would be a lower premium. I'd also point out that when we're talking about contributions here, the public sector average for funding for dependents is 65%. Currently, with your current funding structure that you have in place today, I believe the average is around 53% for dependents. Taking on this full 25% increase would then increase that up to about 64%. So really bringing you in line with what we're seeing across our public sector block of business. It's over 80 municipalities across the state of Texas. Again, we do that on an annual basis, so that's updated annually. I believe that's really all the high notes that I have off the top of my head. I'd be happy to answer, any questions that you have regarding the plans. They are, generous plans in place. That's ultimately why they are more expensive, even though you are funding. If you elect to take on the 25% increase, you will be in line with the funding that we're seeing across the state.
Mayor Halsey, I have a question for the gentleman.
Please.
Sir, as you as the broker for the city that oversees all of our health benefits and such, did the city staff or anybody reach out to you and let you know that this council has directed them to look into covering the families of the patrons? And were you able to generate some data for us to show what, considering real-time data would be, which how many current employees we have and who would potentially have the ability to claim family and others? Because we directed the city staff back at this summer, so months ago, that we were already approved a $1.5 million price holder that we can use to adjust and take care of the city, because we understand how much the city employees have to pay to cover their family. We were very aware of that before, which is why we approved the raise, so that we could alleviate some of the burden off of the city employees and make a benefit package for the city of Haslet, something that employees would deem to be something worthwhile, and we could get the longevity and loyalty that a city needs to grow and truly keep people in place for such. So again, it's just concerning that this council was very clear in its directive, and yet you as our broker were never given that directive by the city staff who were supposed to, or the mayor himself. Now what that's done is this council has approved a raise for the city staff, which would include covering their family. And now because of the mayor's selfishness, we are going to have to prolong that for another year in lieu of not giving you any benefits whatsoever. So again, the selfishness is beyond reproach, sir, and it's unbelievable that you're going to put yourself over the citizens and your staff, the people that make your life work, and you're not going to make sure you take care of them when the council's willing to spend the money to take care of the staff, sir? That's just disappointing.
Do you have a question for Mr. Heath?
I did. I asked him if
Why don't
anybody
you
directed
ask
him.
it?
I did.
And, we're all
Sorry, I don't need you
interested
to
in
tell
your
me how to-
speeches.
I don't need to tell you how to answer my questions.
You're totally off base in that the council never directed the staff to do any of that. Marcy Lamb can't recall that. She just already told you.
Good thing is your videotape. I go back and find the video footage where Marcy told us that she would get it. And she
I have it. It was at the August 2nd budget meeting. You actually, at the 2-hour, 3-minute, 8-second mark, said you wanted to additional $2 million, and then we went down to 1.5.
No, it's not what I wanted. I
and he said,
made a
yes, it's a
suggestion
great
because
thing.
you're
Yes, it is
grossly
needed.
underestimating what this cost.
Okay,
So
but
She's
I'm
talking.
going to call order, and we proceed with this presentation. You can have an agenda item to chew on the mayor at the next meeting. How about that?
So we got the question?
You please proceed with your presentation. Ms. Lamb, you had something you wanted to say?
I was just going to say that we did have several discussions with Mr. Haygood about the desire for a possible stipend or some other additional contribution by the city for the employees towards the premiums. And I'll let Mr. Haygood either agree with me or disagree with me. But at that time, what the response was is that we would have to go to totally different plans, as I said, with very less generous benefits than what we have. Once again, we already would subsidize the employees to the 68% mark if they would sign up for any of this coverage. And I'll let Mr. Haygood speak to that about how we could get, full coverage for our employees. And I'm sorry, I don't remember any direct specific plan other than we would look into what it would be. I think you can look at these numbers and see what it would cost the city to fully fund for the employee and family. It costs the city $31.44.66 a month.
What I recall
Per
was
employee?
not. Yeah,
Is
per
that what you're saying,
employee.
$3,100 a month per
Per
employee?
employee.
They all signed up for employee and family. It'd be $3,144.
At what contribution from the city?
100%.
Contribution.
100%. I recall that we
15
just
employees,
talked
that's not
about
much at all.
never fulling any spouse, child, or family fully, but it was just going to be a benefit stipend. So I guess that's my question. So if it is a stipend of, I don't know, $200 that has to be done through your service as with Blue Cross Blue Shield, it can't be done on the city side?
Are you talking about direct dollars to the
Direct dollars. So,
employees?
yeah, so I decide I want to do employee spouse because I'm going to get a $200, I thought it was 12. I didn't realize it was 24. It's even worse. But, so $200 is going to be contributed to my $363.43 from the city side, or does it have to be done through Blue Cross Blue Shield?
No, it can be done through the city side.
So that's what
It would be worked into what we're looking at from an employer contribution standpoint, as it would have to be across the board to each employee. So one employee that's signing up their spouse would get the same amount.
Right, as the person that's doing employee child or employee family, but not, in my mind, not employee only. If I'm gonna just do myself, that's 100%. I'm not gonna get a bonus $200. But if I am employee want to do a spouse, I'm gonna realize that a $200 stipend is gonna help me. It's only gonna be $163.43 per pay period. I might need to do that. So if all 58 employees chose to do the $200 stipend and took advantage of that benefit that Haslet had to offer, and my math, it looks like it's $278,400, and that can be done on the city side and not affect, I don't want to affect the plans or the premiums or the options it's a very good health insurance policy, so I didn't want to mess with that. Something separate that the city could provide to employees that sign up. That can be done
So,
separately.
Just to clarify here, this monthly premium on the far left-hand side, those are set by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Now, these employer contributions here in the second column, those can be adjusted to however the city would like to see that. So if you
So the 1547 would become 1747.
if that's the city chose to do that, those can be increased. Now, I was informed that there was some discussions with council of increasing that. So we're taking on the 25% increase now. If we want to start to increase the employer contribution for dependents, we're going to start going above that 25%. So it is going to be a significant investment from the city in order to bring those premiums down for dependents. Now, that's something that can be done, but at the end of the day, that was not something that I was told to, or anybody told to present tonight.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask him a question real quick?
Please.
So just for layman's terms, when you say you've seen a 3% increase or a 7% increase, 3% of what? How often, how much money would the city's having to pay for medical care for the employee?
That's a 3% total aggregate increase. So that includes employee and employer contributions. Now, to my knowledge, over the past 5 years, the city has taken on the increase every single year. So they have not passed any type of increase on the employee. So when I talk 7.5% to 8.5%, I'm talking about on a national scale of medical trend, on an annual basis, we're seeing health plans increase anywhere from 7.5% to 8.5% versus the city that's seen an average 3% increase on an annual basis over the past.
So why would ours only be 3% versus others being 7 and 8?
So at your size, it is based off typically the carrier's block of business and on your demographics. So as you start to get larger, then claims and large claimants on the plan, that's going to start coming in to account when we're looking at renewals. At your size, the claims don't matter. It's going to be
'Cause they're so small.
Basically a pool, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So, Mr. Mayor, to interrupt one thing, I had a citizen reach out to me and said that the video is not streaming. So, so if we absorb this 25%, then that's already moving towards what council had talked about as far as contributions and helping. Because when we started talking about adding dollars to employees, that was not including this 125,000. So we're already, or whatever the change is. So to me, I think we've already taken a step towards what we were intending. So I don't know if we can solve this tonight or if we need to discuss this further. Mr. Mayor?
Let me ask, Heath, if the council chooses to increase employer contribution, can they do that at any time of the year?
We would need that done by January 1st. We can't go in and make a mid-year change to your contributions. I mean,
I understand. So they could approve the renewal of this insurance and be addressed again on December 15th.
That is correct. So, we're kind of in a little bit of a time crunch here by letting the carriers know that we're going to be renewing. Typically, it's 30 days. So, we're nearing that deadline. We could approve to renew with the carriers that are in place. And then if I need to come back and have a discussion again in December about different types of contribution analysis, I can model that any way that I'm directed. I can put together options that I see in the markets, comparable cities in your area. I'm a consultant for a lot of cities in the DFW Metroplex area, so I can put together really anything that you would like to see.
Let me ask this question. Okay, with comparable, you got, 70 municipality or local governments, put it that way, that you provide for? Is that correct? Is it 70?
There's 80 municipalities
80.
that participate in our benchmark report.
Okay,
As a
in the
whole firm,
benchmark.
over 500.
How does the city of Haslet, with regard to employer contribution, are we on the low end? We're in mid-range? Are we on the high end? Where are we compared to these other municipalities?
On an employee-only basis, you're funding both plans at 100%. So that's going to be more generous than what we're typically seeing in the market. Kind of I alluded to earlier, your current dependent subsidy on average is about 53%. That's with your current rates that you have today. Now, if you take on the 25% increase, that's going to bring that average up to around 63, 64%. So it's going to bring it up really where benchmark is. Now, at the end of the day, the reason why the employee contributions per pay period are still expensive is going to be to the generosity of the actual plan designs.
So what, no, Mike, and please understand, where do we line up? Okay, I see employer contributions on the different insurance plans, whether, employee plus spouse, plus child, or plus family, of 168%, 68%, 62%. What do other municipalities participate at under that? What's that percent of employer contribution?
On average, that is 65%.
65. Okay, so we are, looks like we're in that same range.
With this proposed insurance premiums here, taking on the 25% increase, that's correct.
Yes. All right.
So
That
my-
answered my question.
So my question was when you said if we chose to do an additional employee contribution, that would affect premiums, it'd affect other things. It wouldn't just be add the $200 be done, or $100 or $50, it would make other changes.
No.
It would not, okay.
No, it would not. So.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
again, here on the left-hand side, this monthly premium column, that's set by the carrier. So those are the Blue Cross Blue Shield rates. Now, the employer contribution dollar in the second column, those can be adjusted without any change.
with
to
no
plan-
change to the
no
plans.
change to plan designs.
Okay. I had another question, I don't know if it's for Marcy. We were handed this renewal of a different cost than what's in our packet. So which is this a different, is this updated, the 155?
Are you looking at the financial impact?
Yes.
Yes. At the time we put the report out, we hadn't really run the numbers, and so they're a little different than.
And I guess my other question for you is if we have the 1.5 in our budget for administration benefits and salary, why would it come out of contingency and not that amount? Just because?
That hasn't been divvied up as to what goes to benefits and what goes to salaries. And taking it out of contingency doesn't require that. So the council can go back and look at salaries and benefits independent of that.
But this could be taken out of that line item as well in our budget, is what I'm asking?
Yes.
Okay, so it can come out both. Okay, I can only speak for myself, but I am in favor of doing some sort of additional employee contribution up to 200. I mean, I don't know if that seems maybe 100, but like I said, if all 58 employees chose to get themselves and spouse, child, or family, the most would be 278. And if it doesn't affect the plans or change anything, then,
If you, it's 52. We have currently
Oh,
40,
not-
we currently have 48 employees.
oh, it's 48, not 58.
And we have 52 approved positions. So
So
you would need the
48.
budget for the 52.
Okay,
If
that's
you
even
took
better.
fif-
That's
If you
great.
took 52 times 200 times
Times
12
24.
months, that'd be
I thought that was 24 months.
$124,800.
I thought it was 24 months.
And just to clarify on the numbers as well, so the numbers that we have in the original packet, it's for the current employees on the plan right now, so 38. The number that we handed y'all today is for the actual budgeted positions.
Gotcha. So this is
52.
higher for that,
Yes.
okay. But is it times 12?
That aren't filled yet.
But is it times 12 or times 24? It's each pay period, correct?
It depends on how you add it. If you want to add 200 a month, it's 100 a paycheck. If you want to add it 200 a paycheck, it's 24.
Which equals 249, it's still under $250,000.
That's nothing.
And honestly, Councilwoman Morrow, to add to that, to make it truly something that is, again, this is a piece to generate new employees to come work for the city of Haslet. It's supposed to be better than the average status quo. So if you did $200 additional dollars for an employee and spouse or an employee and child, I think it would be right if we did an additional $400 if they did employee and family. So that way they're covering their family and their kids, which even at $400, they're still coming out of pocket on the HSA, $326, and out of the PPO, it would be, an additional $591, which is still within that range, and it would get us still, we earmarked 1.5 million if we need to, and that's been budgeted, and this is showing and proving that we're gonna be far underneath that from what was there, and this was one of the heavier expenses that we were expecting from that raise package that we passed for the citizens, the staff. And this to come in this low is actually really light, and I think that's a great idea, what you said about doing the stipend.
My concern with the two different prices, though, is it puts added issues and burden on the staff. I agree that 726 is a big amount. My only concern would be the burden on the staff.
I want to point out to you also, at the current time, there are very few employees that are taking advantage of the current subsidy. Should you get it to the 100%, pretty much everyone will be insuring their total.
Right, I mean, that's why I don't personally want 100%, but I can see why they.
That's not what we've budgeted for.
Right.
So it's going to be more than $200 a month or paycheck to the city.
Okay, say that again, explain that again, Marcy, because you're saying that if we say it's $200 a paycheck and every person chooses to use that, it's going to be more than the 249.6?
Yes, because right now, I think we have maybe 2 or 3 employees that have anything other than employee only.
She thinks you're
So-
talking about covering the family and spouse at 100%. We're not talking about that.
No, but even so, they would have to sign up to do it and then get the stipend.
Correct.
And we currently have only budgeted for the city's cost to cover the employee only.
But I thought we budgeted the additional 1.5.
Million.
That's to absorb the 25% on the employee side,
And not any additional
and not
benefits. Or
family coverage.
No, that's not.
Yeah, I thought the
That's not what
1.5
we
was
did.
for
That's not what
a
we
place
passed.
mark. Okay, someone else explain that to me.
That is not what we passed at all.
All right, I'm going to suggest that do you want to add to the employer contribution column here? You can do that. It doesn't change the plan. Do you want to add to employer contribution to any of these levels?
I do, but I want to make sure that our finance director is it's correct that, in my mind, it's only, the most it would ever be is 249.6. And you're saying it could be more than that.
249.6.
Let me ask you what you're talking about.
If
Are you
ev-
talking
if-
about per month, per pay period?
Per pay period. So I did $200 times 52 employees. If all 52 employees choose to go employee spouse or employee child or employee family, they just choose anything other than employee only, they get a $200 per
Paycheck.
pay period benefit stipend to help them offset that cost. And if it's the 52 times the 200 times the 24 pay period, it was only it was $249,600.
Let me ask
But I
this.
teach English, and so I'm always, you are the expert, and if you think that that's not accurate,
Let me ask you this. Why are you calling it a stipend? Why don't you just say, if you want to add $200
Okay, so
to
we'd
these
say-
different,
okay.
instead of 1547.59 for
It'd be
employee plus,
1747.79.
just make it 17.
if that's,
And
that's fine. I just wasn't sure what the terminology was.
It would just, you would be increasing the employer contribution.
By $200.
But if we need to table this until December to make sure that that's correct, no, okay, so it's, okay.
That'd be the more
That's-
straightforward way to do this instead of putting in, called a stipend.
Okay.
Well, a stipend, well, they can go buy soda pop or they can buy insurance.
Okay, then I'll make a motion then.
I would
Please.
suggest
Can I
you
ask a
just
Yes.
let Heath bring you back whatever you want to look at. He can bring back for you to look at.
We need to get this approved tonight, right?
Yes.
I got a question
Yes.
for Mr. Haygood. My family usually do the PPO plans. We've not done the HSA before, so we kind of stick with those. But that's $1,900. That's just outrageous. I know my previous company that I was at, my wife was on her own insurance plan, so me and my kids were on my company, and it was only like a little less than $200 a paycheck for me and the kids. And and this is, I'm talking about down here. And this is, for $1,900, that's just, I feel like that's an unbelievable amount. Is there any way that we can lower that by half? Lower that down? Because there's a lot of these employees that maybe the spouse doesn't work, and they're relying on, the Haslet employee's paycheck. But, he's having to fork over $1,900, almost $2,000. That's a mortgage on a house for some people.
Right.
And to have health care for your family, and then these employees can't have health care insurance for their family because it's so ridiculously high. What can we do to, lower that down by over half? Because that's just, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's being discussed over the past few minutes was increasing that employer contribution to help mitigate that increase in the employee contribution. So the way to do that is would be to increase the city contribution.
So how do you get that 991 to go down? By a lot. That's just, how much would we have to contribute? Because if they're getting paid twice a month, that's a chunk out of their paycheck.
Right, so, I mean, just looking here, that 991, in order to get that down, you have to increase this 2,188.59. The more that you increase that employer contribution amount, that 2,188.59 cents, that 991 is going to go down. So just from left to right here, we have the total monthly premium, we have the amount that the city's contributing, and then here, the employee contribution on a monthly basis, and then it's broken down by per pay period on the far right-hand side.
Right.
So as we increase this employer contribution, like everybody has been discussing, if you increase that, $400, that 2188.59 is going to go to 2588.59, and that 991 is going to come down to 591.34.
I think that's a little bit more reasonable. I mean, that's something I think the employees would be very glad, in my opinion. So I think we need to look into that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
may I just ask, I've heard a couple of comments about he could come to the next budget meeting and we could have, no budget. They talked about next year's budget meeting, right? And didn't y'all say that? But why wouldn't he at this last year's budget meeting? That's what I don't understand, because we didn't bring it up? Okay. Okay. But you could come next year. If you came in August, would you have any idea what your premium increases would be for January 1st at that point, or is it too early in the game at that point?
It's going to be too early in the game, just because, as you get larger, I'm able to put together budget projections based on your claims data. So your rates are going to be set off your actual claims. In the small business market, it is what it is from Blue Cross Blue Shield. So I can come in and tell you, kind of based on what I've seen in the market, that it's going to be a 10, 15, 20% increase. But at the end of the day, Blue Cross Blue Shield is going to supply those rates, and I have no control over what their proposal is. Now, we do have the ability to, we could release an RFP and go out for all of your benefits and look at other carriers as well. So we have the ability to do that. That's not something that we did this year. We've done in years past. We've been with Blue Cross Blue Shield for a long time, at least as long as I have been the consultant.
Question for you, sir. So to get this straight, you guys didn't go out and shop the insurance with other providers. You just took whatever the renewal rates were and ran with it?
We did not shop this year, that's correct.
Why would you not shop competition and get the city the best rate possible between all the different providers?
As it's set in purchasing that we only have to go out a certain amount of times. Now, typically, we only go out for a small group maybe once every 5 years. Now, again, over my experience over the past few years, the small business market is seeing 20, 25, 30% increases. I have another group that I'm working right now. They've got a 48% increase. So this is what we've seen across the board. Ultimately, in order to keep the generous plan designs you have in place, if we go out to market and market these plans, it's not going to come in anywhere comparable to what is in place with Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Well, then wouldn't we just stay with who we currently have and continue on? But at least we have a baseline to go against to know that the city went out and actually shopped to get the best deal for the taxpayer's dollar?
We can do that.
I would hope so in the future. If you don't mind, sir, I mean, that's not my directive. That's under the mayor's purview. So, sir, would you mind, directing the staff next year when it comes to benefits to reach out to more than just Blue Cross? There's United, there's, multiple other companies that could give us a bid and have a fighting shot to earn our business.
And yes, and Heath here is with Hub. Hub is our manager for that program. He is not exclusively a Blue Cross Blue Shield representative. So he is our insurance broker. So he's received that message.
And one other question, what is the current balance of our contingency fund? Do you know?
It's on that.
Is it on here? Oh, right there in front of me.
Well, $1.1 million, I think that's round numbers. All right.
Can I take a stab one more time at my point? Okay. On this chart, in the monthly premium column for, let's just use employee spouse, $2,274.44. We don't have anyone signed up for that currently.
I don't blame them, is what I'm saying. That's a
Well,
lot.
But that's what the city would pay. So we don't have anybody signed up for that, so the city's not paying that.
Okay.
The city's paying up above the 1,137. So now, it's not just $200.
Not 200, it'd be 1747.
Yes, I think we
I
have
get you
one
now.
employee that has employee and child. I think we maybe have one that's employee and family. And I know there's a couple that are going to go on possibly at open enrollment, but we budget for the employee only because we know we're going to pay 100% of that, and we've not had much participation because these premiums are so high. It's understandable, but we're not going to just be paying an extra $200. We're going to be paying that whole thing for how, and the more, if you say you're going to fund that whole thing,
Not the whole thing, but and that'd be
everyone's going to
times
sign up,
24 though,
and
or
it's
times
gonna have
12?
a very big impact on your budget.
Times 24 though, not times 12? Whatever you decide. It'll be 17, right now, it's, if I choose that, it's 1547.59, the city's paying per pay period.
That's monthly.
So it's not
The per-
24. Okay, it's
the
monthly.
per pay period is
The employee.
yeah, the
So-
726.
So to clarify what you're saying is you have budgeted for every employee the 113722.
Yes, or
And
the
if-
139042, whichever, because they,
Yes.
on the HSA, they
But-
also have an account, and so we balance what goes into their account with what this premium for the PPO would be.
So what you're nervous about is if we add $200 and an employee says, oh, I want that $200, and they jump up to employee spouse, now we as the city are not paying 1137, we're paying 1747 because we're adding the 200 onto the 1547. Is that right? Which means we would effectively be paying $600 extra, not $200 extra because they added their spouse.
What I'm saying is, if we, if you went $200 onto that 1547, is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Which would make it
Yes.
1747, which
Yes,
is a $600
We're not currently
difference.
paying the 1547,
And we don't have that budgeted.
no.
Okay.
Well, actually contradictory, yes, we do. Because if you're saying that every employee, we currently budget at 100% being $1,137, right, for this one. So in actuality, if you actually do the basic math of it, we're taking the 1547, you're going to deduct the 1137 out of it because that's already budgeted. So we're only showing a true increase of $400 if an employee decides to put their child or spouse on here because we're already budgeting 1,100 or the 1,390. So no, the increase is not that much. Even look at the one before. So even if you do the PPO plan, we're already budgeting $1,390 of that $1,789, right? Correct. So the difference on that is roughly $400 exactly. So if we were going to take the $400 exactly, be able to put this stipend for our employees, which would be an additional $400, to be able to cover all 52 employees with their whole family, which is not going to happen because not everybody that works for the city has a whole family they're going to be covering, is at max $500,000 to the city. And we have $1.5 million budgeted for an increase of it. So yes, ma'am, these increasing and covering our family is a very realistic option for our city, and it's going to give us a leverage point to be able to hire people and keep them on much longer. No, ma'am, we do have the money is already budgeted there. The increase that we're proposing and requesting is not going to be that much different. The math doesn't lie, I'm sorry.
I just want you to understand, we currently are just budgeting for employee only. And yes, that number will get bigger as you go down and more people will enroll. So our costs are going to go up more of what we're paying out of pocket, is what I'm saying.
And let me thank you for everything. I've come across very sternly, and I don't want you to think it's directed at you. So please know I'm not.
personally,
Okay,
no.
please, I just want to make sure I speak freely, and I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. And if I think something's wrong, I'm going to speak freely as the citizens would expect us to, so.
Excuse me, Marcy, on, let me recalibrate myself. So on the packet that we got sent out, there's a page, and in that, it shows on the HSA, you've got, number of EE, I'm sure that's number of employees. and there's 18 for the HSA, and then there's 19, and these are employee only, 19 employee only and 1 with employee and child. And those are the numbers that you budgeted for, correctly, those numbers.
That's the number that the renewal was based on,
Yeah.
and we budgeted for additional employees that were in the budget that are new positions that were approved. So there's more employees in our budget.
Yeah, so, I mean, based on these right here, so when you say, you budgeted more, I mean, did you budget for all 52 that we have positions for? Whether they're hired?
Yes.
I'm just trying to see, or did we budget it at 40? But we could, if we are fully staffed, we would have 52, and so that, would be additional monies over what you budgeted.
That's what's on your desk this evening, is showing the amount that we need to go. We budgeted for all the positions that are authorized, so some of them are not filled. And then we budgeted 5% increase over what we thought we would be paying, and now it's 25. So we needed to ask for additional 20% for the 54 or 52 or whatever it was.
All right. So these numbers here are on, I mean, it doesn't, I guess this sheet shows what you budgeted for the 52 positions at. All right, thank you.
Can I help answer any more questions?
All right, council, do we have a motion?
So I do, thank you, I do get it now, because you're taking they're subtracting those numbers. So if everybody, once again, if the $200 is added, it'd be $610 in addition to the $1,100. So you're looking at about $380,000, not $120, or whatever it was, $249. So. I guess I would like to be able to revisit this with adding in an employee contribution. If we need to, I'm okay with approving this with the overage and the coming from the contingency fund, but I would like to see it on the next meeting to discuss what the cost would be if we did decide to do an additional employee contribution of some amount. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Of what amount?
Do what now? Employer.
Employer
Thank you.
contribution of what amount?
To discuss at the next meeting. I mean, I
But
want to see some numbers.
if you want it to go into effect, we need to know now so he can run that model.
I don't know. 200 looks like it's going to be about 380,000
So
additional
an
dollars,
additional $200
if my math is correct.
for the employer contribution for those 3 different levels.
Correct, above employee only. Yes.
What you're looking at was monthlies. Does
Well,
like
the
this-
employee contribution is monthly, and the employee pay period is 24, so,
So if you did 200, it'd be $100 a month
correct.
contribution.
$100 a paycheck.
Right, so 200 per paycheck is what she said. So 400 a month total.
So that's
Or we
400
can
a
look,
month?
I would like to look at 2, 3, and 4 then,
Yeah,
because it might not be feasible to do.
Okay, will
that
you go
amount.
back to the, that slide?
I only did the math for 200.
How about since this is for a discussion point, why don't we do 200 if they just do spouse or child and 400 for the whole family? And that gives us 2 baselines to discuss at the next council meeting. Then they can run the data on both those for us and we can truly know what we're looking at.
Can we clarify, do you mean 200 a month or 200 a paycheck?
Okay, I would ask that you focus on the employer contribution. That is a monthly
Monthly,
contribution.
So 400 then.
That's the monthly contribution.
Right, and the numbers I just crunched were only 200 a month, which was at 380, so I'd like to see it at possibly 300, I guess 400 as well, to see what the different costs are.
So 200, 300, and 400 increase
A month.
per month by the employer.
So can we
Correct.
approve this as is tonight and have that discussion in December?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the health benefits as proposed, including the 25% increase being absorbed by the city, and table the discussion for adding on the employer contributions for the December 15th meeting.
You don't need to do a table.
Okay.
I would ask that you restate your motion and keep your motion purely is to the acceptance of this and the absorbing the 25% increase, which is a funding increase of $155,330.18. Then
And what
you-
budget it's coming out of.
And you will see at the December 15th meeting, Heath will do the analysis at the $200, $300, and $400 a month increase in employer contribution for your consideration at that time.
Sounds
So
good.
this motion would be to accept this plan and absorb the increase, which is $155,330.
Great.
So would you state that, please?
Okay. I move that we approve the health plan benefit as proposed with the city absorbing the 25% increase for it, including the for the amount of $155,330.18.
Motion is made to approve the plan, health plan as, or benefits plan as presented, and also absorb the increase in this health plan cost, and authorizing the additional $155,330.18. Is there a second?
To mention the contingency balance, I'll second. Needs to come from the contingency fund.
Will you modify your request?
I'd like to modify it to say that it comes from the contingency fund.
And it comes from the contingency fund. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. I'm going to call for a 5-minute break. Go to the restroom. Recess the open session at 9:01 p.m. Which, okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I call to order the Haslet City Council, resume the open meeting at 9:08 p.m. Would like to go straight to 9F, G, and H. We'll be skipping over C and D for this moment, and we'll come and pick them up later. But we have folks out here, developers, who are not necessarily interested in hearing all of what we've been discussing or about TAD. So if we go to 9E, it'd be hold a public hearing and discuss, consider, and act on ordinance approving a zoning change request from agricultural to planned development and a site landscape plan. This property is commonly known as Freeman Toyota Davidson Hopkins Survey Tract 2B and 2C. Mr. Swanky.
Mayor Holsey and members of the council, this is a 38-acre tract that's along the I-35W corridor east of Harmon Road. And our master land use plan shows this area to be as commercial. However, they want to apply for a PD on this particular tract for all the uses that are in the general commercial tract, but they want to make a couple little deviations, and those are in the landscape portion of the plan, where they do not want birds and things flying over their inventory in long trees, so they've modified the landscape along the area that's going to be where they have inventory parking. The other thing, this actually went to the Planning and Zoning Commission twice. The first time, the Planning and Zoning Commission had some questions about the interface along Harmon Road and the Caraway subdivision, and also on the lighting. And they went back to the drawing board and added additional landscaping well beyond what our ordinance requires to make sure there's a buffer. And we also provided them a copy of the plan development for the Caraway subdivision so they could sort of mirror what they've done over there to make sure it was adequately buffering from the Caraway subdivision along Harmon Road. And those are the major things. The only other thing that the commission had wanted a little bit more explanation was on the lighting, to make sure all the lighting was low, and they have committed to no poles higher than 25 foot, and they're all down lighting, so there's no light spillage along the edges of the property. And also, there is a photometric plan that's included, as well as the site plan, and also a landscape plan in your packet along with this development. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
What was P&Z's recommendation?
They recommended approval unanimously.
Very good. All right, then, at this time, I would like to open up the public hearing at 9:12 p.m. Is there anybody who'd like to speak to this project, pro or con? Is there anybody online?
No, sir.
Very good. Given there are no ones online or in the chambers, close the public hearing at 9:12 p.m. Okay, council, is to you.
Just to clarify, you said it's from agricultural to planned development, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
They've done a very good job. They've been very responsive. I would recommend that you approve this.
Mayor Holsey, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I'd like to make a motion to approve an ordinance approving a zone change request from agricultural to planned development and a site and landscape plan. This property is commonly known as Freeman Toyota Davidson Hopkins Survey Tract 2B and 2C.
Motion has been made to approve the ordinance approving the zoning change request from agricultural to planned development and a site and landscape plan. This property is known as the Freeman Toyota Davidson Hopkins Survey Tract 2B and 2C. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. 9F, hold a public hearing, discuss, consider, and act on an ordinance changing the zoning classification from residential to public and institutional for the southern half of Lot 1R Block A, Holy Shepherd Lutheran Church Edition. Mr. Schwanke.
Mayor Holsey and members of the council, this is a zoning request to actually make both the northern side of this tract, which is a 2-acre tract, and the southern half, which is what this is applicant to, all be zoned PI, public and institutional. And it's for the Holy Lutheran Church, and it's approximately 2 acres. You approved a plat for bringing these two parcels together several months ago, and this is a zoning request brought forward. Even though you can do a church in both districts, they wanted to make sure as they developed this property that if they needed to build over the property line, they could. In the audience tonight, you know, for future references, is the pastor of the Holy Lutheran Church. He's here to answer any questions during the public hearing process.
Very good. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing on this item at 9:15 p.m. Is there anybody who'd like to speak to this item during this public hearing?
Sandra Smith, 300 Gamble Street, and I oppose this rezoning, and I'm going to say that I'm not opposed to the gospel, never have been, never will be. But we have 10 churches here in our city limits, and there's been churches consistently encroaching and making those properties tax exempt, which is fine and is their right, you know, by Texas law, that's well and good. I just feel like you guys need to be aware of that. You know, we've had some controversy with churches and surrounding properties here, and it's caused a rift in our community. So when this comes before you, just be aware that it is taking it off the tax roll. I went and looked. I think there was some misleading answers at the planning and zoning meeting. I was there, and maybe even a little bit of confusion on whether that was taking it off the tax rolls. But when I went and looked, there was about 7,000 taxes owed on it. But I'm sure they can go forward and deal with that with the taxing entities in Tarrant and Denton County. But just be aware that that's happening with the 10 churches that we have here. Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, we do. Chris Brimich.
Pastor.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for allowing me to speak. I'm the pastor of Holy Shepherd Lutheran Church. We are applying for the zoning change to make it more consistent with how we're going to use the property. From what I understand about TAD, we can apply for tax exemption even as a residence. So the change from residential to public institutional does not change the ability of us to ask for TAD for tax exemption. We did receive the tax bill, but it was only for $3,200, but we have till the remainder of the year to apply for a tax exemption from TAD. But I'd like to ask for your approval to support the change in rezoning. We are planning to use the premises for our Snack Sack ministry, which we use to support the kids at Haslet Elementary and ML Carter Elementary, and a number of other services that we provide for the congregation for Bible study gatherings and such. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
We'll save for the Q&A when it gets to discussion and action. Right now is the public hearing. Do we have any other public speakers?
There is a Denton County tax bill also. Tarrant County.
Do we have any other public speakers? Is that no?
Not present.
Do we have anybody online?
No, sir.
All right, I close this public hearing at 9:18 p.m. All right, council, it's to you. Discuss, consider, and act.
I have the same question with the P&Z, what they voted.
They voted for approval unanimously.
Unanimously.
The Holy Lutheran Church has been a great institution in our community over many, many years. Granting this residential to PI zoning change is not going to have an effect on ad valorem tax one way or the other. I would encourage you to grant them this zoning classification change.
got a question for the pastor.
Please.
I'm familiar where your church is located and the building in the parking lot in front, but is this the property to the south? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, this was
So-
formerly the property of Wayne and Betty Knox.
Okay.
That we had purchased back in January, I believe.
So currently now there's a house that's on there now. You're going to use that for what again, for the house?
Yeah, I mean, we're using it for Bible studies, confirmation classes, and then our women's group is using it, and then we're talking about using it for the storage of the snack sacks that we use for the Haslet and ML Carter elementary schools.
So you wouldn't be, demolishing it and building something else there. You'd be just using the house as is for a set. Okay.
We don't have any money to do that.
Okay.
Council, you have any other questions for the pastor? If not, if we could entertain a motion, please.
I'll have a motion to approve the rezoning of Lot 1R Block A to PI as proposed.
Motion is made to approve the zoning request classification from residential to PI, public and institutional, for the southern half of Lot 1R, Block A, Holy Shepherd Lutheran Church Edition. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. 9G, hold a public hearing, discuss, consider, and act on an ordinance allowing a specific use permit, SUP, for Lot 2, Block A of the Alliance Crossing addition to allow for an electric vehicle charging station. Mr. Swanky.
Mayor Halsey and members of the council, this is a request that's come forward, and the applicant is here tonight and to answer any questions. But it's approximately a 0.9 acre tract just east of where the new Mai Tai restaurant is located, and also south of Westport Parkway and south of the 7-Eleven, a car wash that's along I-35W. And what they're going to do is put in a EV charging station. Now, in our use chart, EV charging station as a primary use is not allowed. It's allowed as an accessory use to another commercial use, but not as a standalone.
Or primary use, not as a primary use.
Not as a primary use,
Yeah.
as a secondary use. However, we got a clarification from the zoning administrator, just what would be the appropriate way to handle this, and it was with an SUP. Since you can do it there, say if Mai Tai wanted to have an electrical vehicles charging station, they could do it with their building right there as a use. Or the 7-Eleven could do the same thing. And so it pretty much stands to reason that an SUP for this use would be appropriate. One of the things that they're well aware of is there's some drainage issues on the property, and they're gonna have to come back with a site plan, a landscape plan, a photometric plan, and also some civil engineering plans to address the drainage. And we're well aware of that. In fact, we talked about that in great lengths. And having said that, we feel that this is an appropriate place to put this type of use, and it fits in with the zoning classification of general commercial.
Very good. All right, at this time, I'd like to open a public hearing at 9:23 p.m. for anyone who would like to speak to this item. Is any,
Just one additional thing, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval, unanimous.
Thank you. Is anyone who would like to speak to this item, pro or con? Is there anybody, is there some?
I'm the applicant.
You what?
I'm the applicant
Okay,
representing.
you'll get your opportunity. Is there anybody online?
Yes, Nathan Nickerson has put up his hand.
All right, if he would state his name and address, he may address the council.
A lot of mutes. All right, I'm sending him an unmute request right now. All right, Nathan, you can go ahead and speak.
Nathan, we don't hear anything. Is that on our end? Give us a moment, Nathan.
Can you hear me now?
Do a sound check, Nathan. 1, 2, 3. Please. Can you hear me? We still hear nothing. We got our volume up.
Try it again, please, Nathan.
All right, Nathan, can you hear me? Thumb up. All right, very good. Okay, we cannot hear you at all. We're having some technical difficulty. We have not identified where that is. So I will ask you this. Are you pro or con? If you're pro, hold your thumb up. All right. So Mr. Nathan Nickerson is in favor of this project. Do we have any other that would like to make a comment or show a thumbs up?
No, sir.
Or down? All right, very good. And there are none others. There are no one in the chambers, no one online. I close this public hearing at 9:25 p.m. Okay, sir, if you would like to come up and address the council. State your name and your address, and you represent the project, correct?
Yes. My name is Brian Powers. I'm with a company called Black & Beach. We were contracted to project manage this proposal by Electrify America, who would be operating the electric vehicle charging stations. As Mr. Schwanke mentioned, there was an issue with the zoning classification, and that was resolved. The other issue that we've run across is tax revenue that comes back to the city. We did a project in Stafford, and they don't have property tax. They get all their revenue from the state via the sales tax that comes back to them. But I guess there's an exemption for fuel or gasoline that does not come back, so they had a concern. So we went through and investigated that. I just forwarded some information to Mr. Schwanke to back this up, that the electric vehicle charging is considered retail sales as opposed to fuel sales, if you will, to make a distinction. And as such, all that money would come back to, or whatever percentage.
Let me ask you something. We've had difficulty confirming that with the Texas Comptroller. So what you're saying is this is not considered a fuel cell?
Correct.
Now, I know that the state gets sales tax, but it's not particularly a municipality. So, Mr. Schwanke, have you confirmed that?
It's actually in the, under Title 34 of the Public Finance, and that's at Chapter 3, Tax Administration, and there's a statement in here. I'm going to just pull it down here. And I found this, and then Brian actually also forwarded this to me also. Let's see here. I had it here just a second ago.
Well, anyway, while you're looking, I'll go ahead and address the council here. I have visited with EV over a number of months. Aside from sales tax was never the motivation from my perspective, because we were just uncertain. Even the comptroller's office couldn't answer the question whether municipalities in the state of Texas receive any sales tax off electric sales for charging automobiles. So that's still rather new territory for them. But aside from that, yes, there is ad valorem property tax, et cetera. But this area is in need of electric vehicle charging. It's just a matter of fact. So it's a good time and, for this type of business, the industry itself coming into Haslet. I would encourage you to consider this very seriously and approve it. But aside from sales tax, because I just haven't got confirmation on it myself that I could say absolutely yes or no. Not challenging what you're saying, but we've been endeavoring for months to confirm this.
Yeah, the way it reads, it says residential use of natural gas and electricity is subject to local sales and use tax in the following local taxing jurisdiction. Then it goes on to explain if the local taxing jurisdiction has if they're collecting local sales tax and they've passed that election, then yes, it's subject to the local sales tax.
Well, call the comptroller up and let them know that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've called the comptroller about 3 or 4 times and talked to different people, and they're confused at the state.
So, well, and the comptroller is the people you're supposed to go to and say yes or no. So putting that aside, council, consider it on its merits. I think it has high merits.
So there are 20 stations, is that correct? 2 handicap and then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Do y'all advertise or put signs anywhere that there's charging stations coming up or like any like that 7-Eleven, if somebody pulls in and like?
Not to my knowledge, no. The dispenser units themselves, which is basically, let's say the electrical charging connection, kind of like the gas pump, if you will, has a touch screen on it. It doesn't produce like media or anything like that, but it does have the company logo there on those units that as you pull in, you'll see that.
All right. Council, any other questions? If not, certainly entertain a motion.
Yeah, and just, so Morris, what you did say was, okay, after this, they would still have to come back with site plans and everything else
Yes,
to move this thing forward.
that would be correct.
Okay.
And could we get confirmation on the sales tax at that point as well?
Yes. I'll be contacting a bunch of other cities that have EV charging stations and see if they're collecting local sales tax.
Doug, you want to make a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the ordinance allowing a specific use permit for Lot 2, Block A of the Alliance Crossing addition to allow for an electric vehicle charging station.
The motion is made to approve an ordinance allowing for a specific use permit for Lot 2, Block A of the Alliance Crossing addition to allow for electric vehicle charging station. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Let's go to item 9H. Discuss, consider, and act on a community facilities agreement between the City of Haslet and First Baptist Church of Euless, doing business as Cross City Church. Mr. Schwanke, or excuse me, who's presenting the CFA? Mr. Belchev.
Council, this is a request for your consideration and approval of a community facilities agreement with this property owner for some minor items, essentially for water line extension, some sidewalk work, driveway work, miscellaneous items that could be considered, that would be considered community facilities. So we are asking you to approve this.
This is the same type of CFA that Haslet has used over the last 3 years at least.
Yes.
And this particular form and content of this agreement has served well. So given to you for discussion, consideration, and any questions you may have. If there are none, please, I would entertain a motion, please.
And Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion to approve the community facilities agreement between the City of Haslet and First Baptist Church of Euless doing business as Cross City Church.
Motion is made to approve the community facilities agreement between the City of Haslet and First Baptist Church of Euless doing business as Cross City Church. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I'll second.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. All right. Council, let's go back to item 9C. 9C is discuss, consider, and act to approve a resolution for casting 2 votes for the election of members to the Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Directors. In your packet, you have the resumes of 4 members. And I believe we have a speaker here. Is it one of the members?
Mr. Eric Cryle?
Please.
Through that process, when Mr. Bobbitt, that's the chief appraiser, when he sent out the letter with the vote totals, I noticed that TCC was allocated more votes last year than they were this year, and I didn't know why. I just asked the question. I sent him an email, and he told me there was they calculated the votes wrong. Well, I guess he never went to his board with that information, and that's what this meeting was last week. And so, I guess that's my contribution so far this year. But anyways, I just, I appreciate your consideration.
What's your motivation to be on TAD?
My motivation to be on TAG, I'll be simple. It's the reappraisal plan. They went from the 1-year to the 2-year reappraisal plan, and it's actually hurting homeowners. Property values have gone down. And so what they did is when they froze those values last year, they actually locked the values at the top of the market. And so all your homeowners here are paying taxes on overvalued property. And that's my motivation.
I think that's true throughout all of North Texas. Overvalued property, but that's market. The market drives that very much. But thank you. Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions? All right then. Council, are there any other speakers? Do we have any speakers online?
No, sir.
All right.
So we have two votes. They can be split up, or they can go towards, two towards one person. Is that correct?
Yes, I'll tell you, I do have a recommendation from Mr. Said. And so we do have two votes. You can cast them all towards one, or you can split them up.
Who was the recommendation for Mr. Said from?
It's Mrs. first off, I believe. Just want to clarify.
Do you have a recommendation or a motion?
Did you have a question, Mr. Watkins?
No,
Okay. All right, I'd like to make a motion to cast one vote for Mr. Crowell and one vote for Mrs. Syed
Motion is
for the
made.
election of members to the Tarrant County Appraisal District Board of Directors.
Motion is made to cast one vote for Mr. Cryle and one vote for Mr. Said for the Tarrant Appraisal District. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I'll second that.
There's a second. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. Congratulations, sir. 9C, discuss, consider, and act to approve resolution for casting two votes. Excuse me. We just did that one. I marked the wrong one. Excuse me. I apologize. Discuss, consider, and act to approve a resolution for casting one vote for the election of a member to the Denton County Appraisal District Board of Directors. You have several resumes in your packet. This is the first time in years that I know of is that the City Council has had this on their agenda because we have no residents in Denton County. We have a small tip of our city limits, which is on the very north end of the airport that's in Tarrant or in Denton County. But we have not passed practice in voting for these positions. Not that we can't, we just, there was no particular reason to. But it's on our agenda. We have one vote, and I have no particular recommendation. You can cast your vote among the choices that you have in the packet, or you can choose to not cast none. Does anybody have any knowledge of any of the candidates?
Can we see the candidates?
Huh?
Just scroll down.
I don't know any of them, but the first two seem to have a lot more experience.
Mr. Halsey?
Yes.
I'll move to make a motion to cast a vote for Mike Hennifer, pronounce that right, for the one vote for election of member of the Denton County Appraisal District Board of Directors.
Motion is made for Mike Hannaford to cast our one vote for the Denton County Appraisal District Board of Directors. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Item 9I, discuss, consider, and act on directing the city engineer to work with Kimley Horn to provide completed plans that will connect Haslet Parkway to FM 156 and directing the city engineer to coordinate with TxDOT for any remaining items needed to be complete for Haslet Parkway. All right, this item was requested by Councilman Watkins, and please do your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sir, would you mind bringing up? Thank you. So, after some due diligence and digging in our efforts to help alleviate some of the traffic issues that the city of Haslet continually has, 156 is a nightmare, Blue Bound's a nightmare, West Park's a nightmare. We need the grade separation, we need a lot of different things. But in looking at the options for how we have an ability to relieve the pressure sooner than later, in meetings with TxDOT and other people that I've taken in my own accord, not in regard to the city, sir, in my own accord, which I'm allowed to, I met with them, and Councilwoman Morrow was gracious enough to submit an open records request and get these plans that, from what we found out, sir, the city of Haslet has been sitting on since April of 2024. So what I'm really curious and wondering is with the amount of traffic and issues that we have in the city, with 156 being there, having an outlet to where Haslet Parkway would connect into 156 would be an immense pressure relief of the traffic and the flow and the problems that are within our city. And it's a little disheartening that these plans have been, well, to a little background for everybody, the open records request was to the city of Haslet to get a copy of said plans. And the city of Haslet has been sitting on these plans, sir. And if you wouldn't mind scrolling through to the next page of these, what this one is right here, this shows what TxDOT has already conceptually and engineeringly started to do, which was finish off the project, which is Haslet Parkway, that is ended at Station 69 currently. And this, from what I understand, has been funded from TxDOT's perspective to where they have the funds to do this. They have the willingness to do this. They just needed the city of Haslet to work with them and get these plans completed so we can relieve some pressure off of 156 and give some relief to the citizens of Haslet for this. On this initial intersection you see right here, I believe this is the Schoolhouse Road intersection that they're showing. Is this the 156 one? Okay, so this is the 156 showing. Now, for those of you, just for everyone to understand, Haslet Parkway has been designed by TxDOT to not stop at Station 69 where it currently stops. It is designed to go all the way to Highway 156 across Schoolhouse Road, which there would be an intersection for, and then into 156 where there would be an intersection for. And in addition to this, a separate project is the grade separation and the bridge that's going to go over the train tracks on Evandale Haslet, which is also a very huge pressure relief for the city, for the schools. My kids go to Haslet Elementary and Worthington both, and I get caught by trains every morning on the way to school to take them there. So a bridge over said train would be amazing. And not just the Haslet residents would probably appreciate this, but the Fort Worth residents would most likely appreciate this. Now, you know, in my mind, I'm trying to understand why the city would sit on these plans that would relieve so much pressure for the citizens driving down 156 on a state of Texas, i.e. TxDOT funded project, which so everyone knows there will be zero expense to the city of Haslet for this project to be completed. Zero expense. What the city of Haslet needs to do, and what this agenda item is going to do, is direct our engineering firm to reach out to Kimley Horn and to complete these plans, because the plans that we have before you on this are not completed yet. They are not finished and they are not completely done. TxDOT is willing to complete these. They're willing to fund these. They just need Kimley Horn to design their part through the city and reach out to them and see where their gaps are from anything on the engineering side from their scope and get this forward so we can get our citizens some relief off 156. Imagine how much relief the citizens would get if we had another thoroughfare that would get you to 35. Not only that, one that would connect directly to Avondale Haslet. So if you are a Sendera Ranch resident, you would have a direct line to 35 with only a couple things. Now, there is one additional project that might have been a hindrance to this, and this is my own speculation, so let me make that clear at first. The mayor has this dream of a $160 to $170 million bridge that he wants to not only carry the grade separation, which has already been approved at the Avondale Haslet train tracks, but he would like said bridge to carry the Avondale train tracks. He would like it to carry Highway 156, and he would also like said bridge to carry Schoolhouse Road and land on the other side over there where the Station 69 connection is. So wouldn't it be ideal for the mayor if in his own selfish plans he was wanting to design and build a bridge that has already been rejected by the state of Texas, which has already been rejected by North Central Texas Council of Governments as nothing that they would ever fund, and would not even consider it, and the city of Haslet does not have $160 to $70 million to pay for said bridge to go over there. So I'm left confused and wondering why plans that would directly, disrupt this monstrosity of a bridge to go across would miraculously just be suppressed into the city, so much so that we had to do an open records request as the council to be able to pull this out, because as elected members from this city to represent and be the oversight body for the city of Haslet, the transportation within our city is our biggest need as a city that we need to focus on. We need to relieve the pressure. And this is a very great opportunity and project for the city to relieve the pressure at the state of Texas's expense. So I don't know what else more we need to go into. That's the quick synopsis of my presentation from what this is. It's very disappointing that we're having to pull open records requests as elected members of this city to be able to get true ground made for the citizens, to truly be able to relieve the pressure of all this horrific traffic. We're so far behind the 8 ball, ladies and gentlemen, on the roads in Haslet. You guys don't even know the half of what we do. But as we continue to get these meetings, we're going to keep educating the public to the things that we're finding as council, because the only way that we can truly make this right is to have open and clear transparency across everything. And when you have open and clear transparency, we shouldn't have to have plans that would help relieve pressure from our citizens buried by whoever buried them, that were completed over a year and a half ago, that would have been helping to relieve pressure. So imagine the citizens. For those of you who drive down 156, our mayor has been sitting on these plans for a year and a half that would relieve pressure and let you get to Highway 35 via Haslet Parkway. Let that sink in. For those of you who sit there and take the 45 to hour minute drive to make that 3-mile trek through our city, if it's even 3 miles. So with that, I end my presentation and leave it at that.
Well, thank you for a fine speech. We always look forward to them. All of that information is incorrect. The TxDOT has not ever requested these plans. The city of Haslet, you stated that this is TxDOT funded. No, it's not TxDOT funded. They have no play in this at all with regard to funding. They were, and the city did sign over all its rights for project management and construction management to TxDOT. They were 100% responsible for that. And it stopped at Station 69 because there was a failure, not on behalf of the city of Haslet. It was others that failed. There has since been significant personnel changes within those departments, not city departments, to correct that action. So whoever was giving this information was bad information. The funding, in fact, it was Haslet that more than 2 years ago saw that this project was in trouble and tried everything Haslet could to help them, to have a recovery plan in place, because what was at stake was a federal highway grant of $20 million. If they didn't hit certain dates, then that grant was subject to payback. And there are city engineering as well as some city staff here will attest to the fact that Haslet helped lead the way through much of this. What they ran into was they had difficulty with every aspect, even accounting couldn't be done correctly or promptly. So this is not anything that Haslet has been sitting on. As you can see in there, these were plans for construction limit revisions. Now, in agreements that were signed in 2018 with the City of Haslet, North Central Texas Council of Governments, and TxDOT senior management, it's had very deliberate milestones. It had very deliberate language with regarding to changing the design, and the design at that time, and still exists today, the only approved design from 287, or not, excuse me, but from I-35W to the western city limits of Haslet, Texas, which is that portion that you have now, which is Haslet Parkway, and from that point to FM 156 or Schoolhouse Road and FM 156, and a grade crossing across the tracks to our western city limits, expanding Avondale Haslet to 4-lane divided. It wasn't until 5 years ago that a bridge ever came into discussion. Yes, I got that started. And asked the question both to the Federal Highway Authority, because I met with them, as well as TxDOT senior management in Austin. Why would you ever approve a design that's at grade across one of the busiest train crossings, rail crossings in the state? Well, there was no answer. But because of a shooting that happened in Sedera in April of 21, yes, there was a powers to be got together. That's from our state rep on down, and said we got to build a bridge. There was a public announcement on that. And yes, I came into office in May of 21, and being an engineer, I know that, okay, it's going to take them probably 5 months to do a concept, just a concept of what's going to happen. We did not receive any communication from TxDOT or COG or anybody on any concept or any communication with regard to a bridge at all. I, the mayor, called the North Central Texas governments, the director of transportation, and I introduced myself and I asked where that concept was. And the director informed me that they decided not to build the bridge. And I said, who decided that? And he said, your previous mayor decided they don't want a bridge because it would decrease their opportunity for sales tax. And I said, that is a very sad and poor reason not to have a grade separation at that intersection. And what the grade separation was at that time, and everybody's understanding, was across the tracks, FM 156 and Schoolhouse Road. And I informed the director that Haslet wants that grade separation under no uncertain terms. And we kept pushing for that. We had several meetings. As with any other project, it's nothing that money won't solve. So approximately 6 months after that meeting, there were 2 meetings, probably about 30 attendees from Burlington Northern, the state rep, all of COG senior leadership, as well as the TxDOT senior leadership sitting over here at Laterra Kitchen. And there were 2 meetings. Anyway, they kicked that off and said, yes, we're going to do a bridge. Now, since then, that was almost 3 years ago. It's taken that long to get a one-line drawing today. That's where we are. We met with TxDOT less than 2 weeks ago. TxDOT informed us. Of course, TxDOT, like other many entities, they contract out most all their engineering work. I'll leave, well, if you look at the plans, it's got the engineering firm name on it. No, not these plans, but the bridge plans. We were informed that bridge can't be built because the firm placed the column supports for the bridge in the railroad right-of-way. They sent it to BNSF for evaluation within the last month, and BNSF denied it based on that. So this bridge has no, it has some great technical difficulties. Not that they can't make it work, but they surely have not said that they can.
You're
So
the
with
only one that
regard to
says that. Out
with
of all the
regard,
state
you're
agencies, you're the
interrupting.
only
I did
one.
not interrupt
This
you,
is my
sir.
agenda item.
You're out of order.
Thank you.
You
Appreciate
stand
that.
down.
Okay. Radio Skippy.
Now, the going forward,
Well, can we get back to my agenda item? sir?
we are going back to your agenda.
Well,
item.
can I rebuttal your statements and your lies that you fed to
Sir?
the citizens?
You're out of order. You will refrain until I'm finished.
Well, can you hurry up then?
Now, TxDOT is these designs are to refine the limit or to change the design for limit revisions. In the agreement, it says any limit revision has to be executed by an agreement by all 3 parties, City of Haslet, North Central Texas Council of Governments, and TxDOT. That never was presented to the City of Haslet. TxDOT made decisions on their own accord. They made the decision to stop construction on their own accord where it lies today at Station 69. They had grave difficulties in managing that project.
You're right. It stopped at Station 69.
So
You done yet?
all the information you've presented is just not correct. Nonetheless, are you making a motion?
No,
to-
No,
still
I'm
lots
still
of discussion.
We're
Yeah,
still
lots of
discussing
discussion.
this,
I have lots of
these lies.
questions,
Are you
too.
making, okay.
Mayor Holden,
Lots of questions.
one thing I would like to present, that the Kimley Horn plans that I presented tonight, do you all know who funded these plans? TxDOT did. So why is it, if Mayor Halsey's sitting here saying that TxDOT's been sitting on these plans, and TxDOT is not gonna do anything, then why would TxDOT spend the money to create these plans a year and a half ago? And wait, that's after the 3 years that he just said. 3 years ago is when they stopped everything, right? So if they stopped everything compared to what the mayor's given us, then why would TxDOT spend the money to generate plans that will connect Station 69 to 156 April of 2024? How can you make that make any sense for everything you just said? These, and that's what's even more insulting, is because we pulled an open records request from the City of Haslet to gain access to these plans. These plans were generated and created by TxDOT and given to you, and then you sat on them, Mayor Halsey. So again, how can you spend anything?
They weren't generated by TxDOT.
That's where,
Sir, before the meeting, you even told the city attorney verified that.
Look on the plans. It says Kimley
Who
Horn.
directed Kimley Horn to create the plans?
TxDOT did.
So I had a question about,
But
you
God,
know,
let me
common sense,
make
sir.
one other
Common
comment
sense.
with regard to that. Kimley Horn's under contract with the city of Haslet to address construction-related issues with regard to the approved set of plans. If they run into a culvert or they see utilities in the way, their contract is to do that, not to redesign anything, and they are certainly not under the direction of TxDOT.
So that's
They
my,
were violating the agreements in place where the proper protocol would have been contact the city of Haslet, TxDOT. What is it that you want to do? They never did that.
so September 3rd, 2019, City of Haslet requested TxDOT to become the implementing agency, correct?
Yeah.
So they became the implementing agency. They asked for a rescope for Kimley Horn to finish out the road to nowhere, to where it stops, to go to 156.
Not in 2019.
No, July 16th, 2024 is when Kimley Horn sent the documents to the City of Haslet.
They
Is what
had a design that the city
excuse me, I'm
council.
sorry, let me finish my statement, please. Is when TxDOT, John Corderay told me that Kimley Horn sent to the City of Haslet, July 16th, 2024, the rescoped, better project than originally applied for in the bill grant. So I'll come back to that in a minute. I do want to make a comment about the bridge, because yes, there was a Northwest ISD message from Dr. Ryder Warren sent out about the excitement of the bridge working 156 and Avondale Haslet Road, a multi-year process, and they're excited to get it done. And then the former mayor, Bob Golden, said he just participated in a Zoom call and was excited about the grade separation and focused on the discussions, and that they hope that it'll get started in 2023. So my information doesn't show that the City of Haslet did not want a bridge. So just want to clarify that. So once September 2023, the 20 million fulfilled build agreement was done. You're correct. They could have made us give all that money back, because we didn't do what we said we're going to do, which was March 1st, 2021, begin construction, and June 1st, 2025, open to the traffic, the complete Haslet Parkway. And we did not do that. The City of Haslet, TxDOT, COG, everybody that was included. And so TxDOT went back and said, we have a better idea, we have a better plan. And I think that's where the bridge maybe possibly came in. I'm not concerned about the bridge. I'm concerned that we have plans that could get people moving east to west, mobility, and not sit on Westport Parkway. And that the TxDOT person informed me when I talked with him that they still have local funds to fully pay for this completion, and that we just need to talk with our engineer to get Kimley Horn to marry those plans of Haslet Parkway continued and finishing up Haslet Parkway to where it is, and we'll get going. So that's my goal, is to get this moving. I don't care about the past and why it's sad and who was in charge and who didn't ask permission or whatever. I'm here in the present to get this going for our citizens.
Mr. Mayor?
Well, good. Do you have a motion?
I got
No, we're not done discussing yet.
No.
Public discussion
No.
No.
We also have speakers on this item.
I would,
Thank you.
Okay, well,
Are we-
hold on. All right. Council, you had a point to take speakers?
No.
Good. Who is our first speaker?
okay.
Joette King.
Joette Keene, 1410 Poppy Drive, Haslet.
Now, hold on just a minute, Joette.
Test.
What happens when we go through 5-hour meetings. Joette Keene, 1410 Poppy Drive, Haslet. I would love, absolutely love, to see this road complete. I have a daughter that lives in Willow Springs and commutes, and she would love to see this road completed. I'll tell you what my concern is, really, is the railroad tracks. What happens when this road stops at 156 and there's a train on that track?
Amen.
What's going to happen with that traffic backing up on Haslet Parkway? It's going to be a mess. So that's my main concern. I am not opposed, certainly have never been opposed to having that road go through. Maybe it is a dream. I don't know where that money could come from. I mean, we're talking about a flyover for electric vehicles off of 170. Why can't we have a flyover with the right kind of exits over Schoolhouse Road and 156? Why don't we push TxDOT to do, yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money. So is the flyover for 170 going to cost them a lot of money. That's going to be for trucks and warehouses, who, of course, we know warehouses, who wants that kind of money and who wants that kind of stuff. But what do the citizens want? You think those citizens that have to drive and get stopped at that stupid train, it's not going to change. If they finish that next year, or however, whenever it will be, that the bridge over that track isn't going to happen. Because we remember that when we saw that design, it was a very steep grade, and there was a lot of concerns whether that coming from 156 to go over those tracks was going to be safe. So I think it's important to get this done, but I think it's important to also push to have things done right. That's my only concern, and I hope you make good decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, Whitney Myers.
Ms. Myers.
Hi, Whitney Myers, 207 Tamiami Trail. I'm just wondering why the plans that recently came out through a public information request weren't included in the road workshop back in September. If you've had them since July, why, I went back and looked and I didn't see where anything was there on this. So I just was curious where it was at. Nothing? Okay.
Well, it's this, you're making comment, and it's not a discussion back and forth.
Okay. No, it's a question. Just, I was curious why, if these were road plans that were given to the city, why they weren't included in the.
If you'll contact me tomorrow,
Okay.
then we'll discuss it.
Okay.
I'll tell you why.
Okay, that works for me. I would assume, though, that I'm not the only citizen who questions that, so to me, I would want to take this opportunity to answer it publicly, but that's fine too, I guess. I was at that workshop, and I've been to several council meetings since, but I still haven't seen a clear overall roads improvement plan shared with the public, something that's comprehensive. And in the spirit of, what Tanya was just saying, and trying to move things forward, it kind of, right now, everything we're hearing feels kind of piecemealed. Maybe that's not what actually is happening behind the scenes, but from the outside, it feels like there isn't a big picture strategy or a shared vision for where our city is headed altogether. I really believe that if we had a well-defined and well-communicated vision, what we want Haslet to look like 5, 10, 30 years from now down the road, it would help guide decisions about infrastructure and growth in a more focused way. Traffic relief, in my opinion, should be one of the top priorities for city leadership right now. And I'd like to suggest that moving forward, we have some sort of regular public update or project review at each meeting. Something that lists all the current projects, the next steps, whose court the ball is in, whether you're waiting to hear back from TxDOT on something, or I don't know however that could work, and as well as where the funding stands, whether it's TxDOT funded or not funded, all those things, but something that's formatted visually pleasing to the public and that's touched on every single meeting. Clearly, this is important to citizens for all the reasons everyone has. And lastly, the last thing that I wanted to say is if there's any other road projects or designs, whether fully funded or not, that haven't been shared publicly yet, I'd ask that those be made available as soon as possible. The more open and transparent this process is, the easier it is for the community to understand and support the city's decision. I don't want to come up here and be combative or anything. That's not what I'm looking for. I just would like Haslet to be a more comfortable place to live and everything. So just trying to think of ideas to move it forward. That's all.
Do we have any, thank you. Do you have any other speakers? Do we have any speakers online?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, council, I assume there's a motion to be made here.
Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Even as of today, speaking with our county commissioner, told me that we have $20 million for this road to fund it, and he's been told that by TxDOT and I think another entity. And so I just want to ask, are you calling them liars? Because they have told us multiple times they have the money, and you specifically said a few minutes ago, this road is not going to be funded, that there's no money for this. When I was told this morning,
Wait a minute,
there's
I never
20
said that.
You did.
I didn't say this was not funded.
You said a few minutes ago, this road was not funded and we would not have the money. When I was told this morning by our county commissioner,
I never said that. You go back and prove to me where I just said this was not funded.
okay, then I'll go back and watch this again and tell you. You
Good.
told this was not funded.
It,
And there's $20 million that I was told that is for this road, that TASA will not pay a penny, that it is fully funded, and it is waiting. And they have been waiting on these plans. They've been sitting here in Haslet.
no one has communicated that to the city of Haslet.
So I guess our county commissioner is lying to us then, or lying to somebody, because that's what you're saying they're doing.
Well, County Commissioner Manny Ramirez doesn't know all the details of everything.
And
Now,
he also spoke to
there was
TxDOT and other
20
people too.
There was
Oh, well,
$20 million
ignore me.
granted by the Federal Highway Authority to this project. TxDOT was the recipient of that $20 million. TxDOT has spent all of that $20 million.
Not per them, not per our county commissioner.
Well, the county
So-
commissioner does not know what TxDOT accounting is.
But he said he just spoke to TxDOT. So apparently you're
Well,
calling
you know
everybody a
what?
liar
I'm
because
not
you
gonna
know what's
argue.
going on.
No, you're going to an extreme there. I'm not calling Manny Ramirez a liar. He may most likely, sound like he is misinformed.
No,
But so your statement is?
my statement is I was told this morning that he was also told by TxDOT there's $20 million that is waiting to build this road.
That $20 million already spent, and that will be verified by TxDOT. They'll tell you that.
Okay, he was told by
got-
TxDOT recently that
This is
there's money.
TxDOT leaders, the senior leadership in the Fort Worth District.
And per your bridge that you were talking about over Avondale, over the railroad tracks, they have 60% drawings and they want to move to 90. And you say that bridge is too steep when they're building a bridge over off Bonds Ranch and over those railroad tracks that's 7%. And TxDOT said that's not too steep. So, we're saying that 5 or 5.5% is too steep. And that bridge will be fully funded by TxDOT.
What we have,
And
what bridge will be fully funded by TxDOT?
the bridge over the railroad tracks in Avondale Haslet will be.
No, that's not true either. TxDOT doesn't fund anything on
So-
a city road.
They informed me that there's
They can
16
only
million that was
fund
available for
what
funding
is
of the
on
bridge.
system.
You keep interrupting us, sir.
They said
Huh?
16
You
million
keep
was
interrupting
available.
us.
But you're making incorrect statements.
That's what I was told
That-
as well. Is that
we were told by TxDOT there's
16
16
million was available for the smaller bridge.
Yes, there is, and that's through the Regional Transportation Commission.
And for your big bridge that you want to build, TxDOT said they will not give a penny to that bridge. And the city of Haslet's going to be out $150 to $200 million building this big bridge.
Well,
So-
whoever told you that is way misinformed. And
And that's not on the agenda. The bridge is not something that's on here.
But he brought this up multiple
I
times a
know,
while
but-
ago, so I'm just trying to let him know that this big bridge is going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and we will not get, we don't have the money for that.
no, it's not hundreds of millions of dollars. Did Manny tell you that?
Yeah, and other people.
Well, those other people and Manning are wrong with regard to that bridge being hundreds of millions of dollars.
They said at least $150 million.
That's incorrect as well.
Well, they're not, nobody is going to give us a penny, they said, for that big bridge.
They're right.
And so where are you planning on getting this money for this monstrous bridge you want?
The 89th legislatures passed Senate Bill 1555.
Mr. Page, can we get back on track of what we're supposed to be talking about? Nothing on this agenda item says anything about a bridge.
It's not Mr. Page's responsibility. That would be mine.
City Secretary, can anybody talk about the agenda item that is on here?
I'd be happy to get it back there if, and I'll repeat it, is just discuss, consider, and act on directing the city engineer to work with Kimley Horn to provide completed plans that will connect Haslet Parkway to FM 156, and directing the city engineer to coordinate with TxDOT for any remaining items needed to be completed to complete, I assume it should be worded, Haslet Parkway. And we've done the presentation and lots of discussion. Is there a motion to be made here?
Mayor
to
Halsey, I'd like
direct
to
the
make a
engineer
motion.
to do something?
James?
Doug, do you have a question?
I'm going back to Ms. Meyer's comment, and I'm not going to call and have a private conversation because this is open public discussion about why do we have drawings for the city. The city has drawings we've been presented that have been in-house since last year. These have been in-house since last year. Is that a true statement or not?
That is true.
Okay, why wasn't city council informed that said drawings, camera, why were we not informed these drawings were in-house?
The
Simple answer, I don't want a 15-minute dissertation. Why were we not informed these drawings were in-house? Because you didn't want us to know. I'll answer it for you.
No, that's not true.
Well, then why, if council had known these were here, perhaps we have obviously contacts with TxDOT, and you're a member of COGS. That's a correct statement, true?
Yes.
Then why couldn't you assemble these people at a prior council meeting, perhaps in 2024, and get this dang thing moving? Why didn't we do that, Mayor? Why?
Can I answer it?
Yes, finally. Why don't you answer something correctly?
I'm ready to answer it. Kimley Horn had called Haslet up and me and told me that TxDOT had directed them, our engineer, under our pay, under our contract, to make this redesign regarding to alter the construction limits of the approved plans, the City of Haslet plans. That was approved in 2018, whenever this project got started. And I asked, who authorized that? I said, did the city authorize that? Did you bring that? No one came to the city. TxDOT did not come to the city as per the agreement. I know you don't want to hear the word agreement, but it's a written contract.
No, we'll bring us the contract. Please.
And why don't you visit with me and I'll show it to you tomorrow.
No, I want you to bring it to council.
Okay.
I want it on open record. I'm tired of, let's have personal meetings.
Well, why, just call me
bring
up and don't get mad.
Just
I'll
bring
show
it.
you anything you want.
This is what
December
You're too
15th,
busy
bring it
to
here.
Call me up.
This is what Councilman Watkins keeps saying. We, as a council, want transparency.
It is transparent.
Well, then
December
bring us the
15th,
agreement.
bring it here. Let's show everybody.
Very good. We'll do that. We'll show you that agreement.
Okay, let's
So then,
continue on.
he informed me that TxDOT directed them to alter the design of this roadway and to change the construction limits. Well, the construction limits were already defined. TxDOT has approximately $13 million into this project. $6 million from the EDCs, and I believe it is $6 million in the TERS, dedicating 50% of all the ad valorem increase for the next 20 years with regard to that defined TERS area, which is over 1,000 acres. So the city of Haslet has a considerable amount of money. Nonetheless, so I asked I asked the project manager to send me what TxDOT had directed them to do, which they finally understood. The city's engineers are not under TxDOT's direction. Yes, they build the road, they do the accounting, but they are not directing the city's engineers with regard to this. And that document, those design documents got sent. That's how they got sent. I approached TxDOT with this and asked, what are you doing directing our engineers, and you're changing design limits? Well, they didn't ask for anything after that. They knew that that was contrary to the agreement signed by Haslet, North Central Texas Council of Governments, and TxDOT. It might be a reason why those people got replaced. Part of it. So it's not anything in hiding. It wasn't a document that Haslet was particularly authorized to release to begin with in response to the open records request. That was discussed with the city attorney. And if that had been noticed prior, the city attorney agrees that we would have sent that to the attorney general.
I want to get clarification. So any document the city has, a citizen can,
That's not true.
so if it's
There
public
are times when the city has a document but are not authorized to release it.
So I'm gonna go back a little bit to when this was sent, July 16th of 2024.
So I need.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please, let me finish answering Mr. Horwick's question. So we weren't intentionally sitting on anything. TxDOT never requested anything, and when I approached them with regard to this, they didn't ask for anything. They had already determined in their mind that they were going to stop the project at Station 69 on their own accord, and which they did.
Then why have a rescope to finish it from 69 to 156 if they're stopping it at 69?
I'd have to ask them that.
So I'm going back and looking at our June 2024 minutes, or all of our, and I know it's late, I don't want to take too long here, but as regarding to Haslet Parkway, quote, we're 1.5 years behind schedule. So the TxDOT people mentioned to me that they saw the writing on the wall and asked for the rescope. Then June, that it was, quote, 1.5 years behind schedule.
Yes,
which is what you
it
said.
was.
And then on 6/17, Haslet Parkway, you said you contacted TxDOT, but I asked who, you couldn't tell me, and you on May 1st, and Kimley Horn, you said still with FHA, so Federal Highway Association?
Federal Highway
Administration,
Authority.
Authority, so that's where you said it was on 6/17, the same day this is June. And then, I can go through and look at everything.
What about
It's Haslet
Federal Highway
Parkway.
Authority?
That's where you said it was, and then on July
What was?
15th.
Where what was?
Haslet Parkway, was it the Federal Highway Authority in Austin, in Fort Worth?
No, I met
formal-
with the Federal Highway
And there's
Authority.
a formal path forward, and they're looking for a December 31st deadline. I mean, it goes back, which, like I said, this is all kind of moot. The fact is we have the plans now, and we want to move forward. So, I mean, I guess it
that's
doesn't
true.
really matter, you know.
So you're saying that a year and a half ago or more, that TxDOT just forgot about this project and just went away and didn't want to?
No, they didn't forget about it. They had a high level of difficulty executing the project. They had the complete responsibility for construction management and accounting.
And we had right-of-way and utility, which is what caused the delay.
There was delay with that.
Correct, which is what Haslet's responsibility was.
Right.
If there was right-of-way and utility issues, then why did we not hurry our butts off and get this fixed? So we can.
We did.
We got all that finished.
If you, in that, as TxDOT will tell you, is that, and in fact, here's an interesting aspect, that contract, the agreement, as well as the Federal Highway Authority agreement, the grant, TxDOT was not to commence construction until all utilities throughout the project were out of the way. They didn't do that.
That's correct. They started the project dirty. They said they had to meet that deadline of March 1st, and they started it on
They
February
started
29th.
it early, and
To hit the deadline of when it
but that
started.
caused a problem in that utilities were still in the way because they started early.
Correct.
The contract and agreement stated they're not supposed to start until all the utilities are out of the way. They chose to do something different.
Can we have a resolution?
A revolution.
Resolution. We can stand up. We can sit up here and argue all night.
Yeah.
Let's do something.
Or
Mayor
make
Halsey?
a motion,
Can I make a motion?
please.
I'd like to make a motion to approve directing the city engineer to work with Kimley Horn to provide completed plans that will connect Haslet Parkway to FM 156, and directing also the city engineer to coordinate with TxDOT for any remaining items needed to complete Haslet Parkway.
Motion's made to direct the city engineer, to work with Kimley Horn to provide completed plans that will connect Haslet Parkway to FM 156, and directing the city engineer to coordinate with TxDOT for any remaining items needed to complete Haslet Parkway. Is there a second?
Can we all second it?
Can you second it?
I second it.
Can
we all
So
second
there
it?
is a second.
Yes, I've seconded it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Very good. Thank you, council. All right, we'll have a 10-minute recess. I'll meet you in the boardroom in 10 minutes, but let me read the executive session. The council reserves the right to adjourn into executive session during the course of the meeting to seek legal advice from its attorney regarding any item on the posted agenda as authorized by Section 551071 of the Texas Government Code. Additionally, pursuant to the provision of Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, City Council may adjourn into executive session in accordance with the authority contained in Section 551.074, particularly discussion of candidates for the position of city administrator and discussion of personnel with city administration, and receive an update on regarding the city secretary position. So again, I'll meet you. I call the open session in recess at 10:32 p.m. We'll convene in 10 minutes, which would be 10:42.
We're already recording, sir.
I call the open session back into session at 11:22 p.m. All members of the council are present. There is no consideration or action to taking from executive session. Future agenda items. If you have any, you'll email. Item 13, I call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.